We're live now.
Okay.
Welcome, gents. Welcome. I hope there won't be blood on the floor today. Because, yeah, it's been an interesting week. Anzimside pre-recording, fambirana inengoa. Sorry, my boss. We just technical difficulties, but yeah, now we are here. And thank you for joining us. Anyway, yeah, we have a lot to talk about. It's been an emotional day in our private group, and yeah, I know it's gonna be interesting today.
I missed most of those chats.
Just gonna run through. Yeah, just gonna run through. But anyway, before we go anyway, Abu Rockstar, I'm gonna give you 30 seconds. Uh, to talk about your past week. You said something about Mapesa, and a lot of people have not been happy about you. Uh, do you have anything to say about what they've said? Quick one.
Yeah. Sometimes we can look football in another angle or angle of emotions, like emotional. So when we're talking about the team like Scotland, is the team which is going to CAF, right? To
Yeah,
play CAF. CAF is it's close to like a national team. It's a where you're going to compete with the other clubs. They are out of the country, right? So when we're talking about a team like Scotland, it's a team which is achieving. Yekuti, I was not expecting like we're going to take a coach like Mapesa, because Mapesa, his last winning cup, I think it's 2014, right? Then he came to
yeah.
South Africa. He couldn't make it in South Africa even to top 5. Then we cannot consider him as a coach who not even good national team. So what I was explaining is that Mapesa, if he can't win a cup for now, we cannot consider him as a coach.
Let
I
him
interrupt you
finish
on that one?
quickly. Let him finish quickly. It's this one has no Peza Ngwana. Peza, 20 seconds.
Okay, so
Quickly.
so yeah, my point was like he's not we since he been coaching like 2014 from now, I think it's like more than 10 years, right?
Mm-hmm.
More than 10 years he didn't win
Mm-hmm.
any cup. Then we take him as a like international coach to coach a team like Scotland. I didn't find it really bogwandi.
Okay, thank you. Carlos, quick
Sirembo
one.
luka camera
Let me,
achangosvigo.
let me quickly interrupt you. Let me quickly interrupt you, my guy.
Yes,
When Norman
yes.
Mapesa come to South Africa, when Norman
Uh,
Mapesa come to South Africa, he was coaching a smaller team in South Africa,
Okay,
which have a
no,
reputation
sorry.
of
let him go on. Let him
hiring.
go on. You've gone quiet, Carlos.
I think it's a network.
Okay. Unfortunately, network again. I didn't want to stay on this one. But anyway, welcome to everyone who's watching us. Please do share this link with others. Your thoughts are very welcome in the comment section. Welcome to the usual panelists and the founders of this chat. That's OJ here speaking. That's Kelvin Shambi. That's Komare and Ao. And also welcome to our younger brother Abu Rockstar. Last week he was playing a keyboard and talking about Mapesa. And akapotsa auraiwa. Yeah. Anyway, let's kick on. The first thing that happened this week about the national team was Nyaye Jersey. A lot of people were not happy about Jersey. Then we've been seeing a lot of pictures coming up achinzi jezi iri mukaritasa zvakanaka nechepadhuze. It's a good jersey. What happened for us to get a jersey like that? Why are we sourcing a local jersey when there are companies like Nike, like Adidas, like Puma, like Umbro, who can distribute our jerseys worldwide? Why are we having such a jersey with such controversy? Let's kick on, boys.
Anyway, all right, I'll take this one.
I was about to say, "Ow, start."
I open the stats. Oh.
Zvemastats indombo zvigona here.
Mr. Kuga uyu anogona kunyarara zvake tichimbotaura tinokusa pafomura nhasi.
Yeah.
So you see, nenyaya jersey, I get it that they wanted to go local, right? There's nothing wrong with going local, but get quality.
Okay.
Test your product against the market standards. One out is really say on, because chinhu ichi muri kuda kutengesera vanhu. Inini kana usingakwanisa kuripfeka, kana usingakwanisa kupa mwana wako jezi iroro kuti aripfeke, why are you putting it on the market for the whole world to buy, for the whole country to buy? Ukaritarisa jezi rere rakashata, there is no denying that rakashata, rakanyangara.
Yeah.
Right. Having said that, Zifa iri kutambura nemari. I think that was the main incentive when the route that they went in. But having kana muri makabroka hamuna mari, is that the way yekuti nyika yese has to suffer because mimi muri kuomera mari? Mari yacho nairumboenda kupi? Even my sponsors they can use their money to manufacture those my jerseys. I didn't know sponsorships. I don't know how it works. So and I'm going Puma motaura ne Puma, and I'm motaura ne Adidas, and I'm motaura ne Nike. Then because jersey ro right distribution yachona yakamira sei kuno kuti chariona kupi. All right, let's say for some bizarre reason I want to put on that jersey, which highly unlikely. Let's hope kuti rarasvika kunoku ndoripfeka sei jezi rakadaro. Even ndoriwana kupi, then ndoritenga pa Amazon, ndoritenga pa eBay. You see, those things I think they were not considered, and they should have been. And the easiest way was just to go with the pros. Let the pros do their jobs. Just give it to Puma, just give it to Nike, just give it to Umbro, and let them do the distribution of those jerseys. And then it's no problem. And they provide quality. They are known worldwide for their quality. All of them. Pick anyone. They are known for their quality. Pick Umbro, pick Puma, pick Nike, pick anyone you want. But fake.
No, it's the one that they've chosen is Warrior and the Warrior Pride. They are saying it's a
Warrior
brand.
All right, it's Warrior Pride. It's going to Warrior Pride. Then mangwana wacho namobuda makapfeka inonzi Eco Bank. What was wrong with with Warrior's Pride?
Can you hear out, guys?
Yeah. I think in Nangwa I'll be very brief. I'll be very brief on this. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Wangopedza, sorry. Wangopedza.
Okay.
Someone
else. Go ahead, please. Kelvin.
Okay. I'll be very brief on it because I've got better fish to fry than this shit here. So for me, to be honest, I never commented on the shirt because I just thought there's been too many controversial stuff going on and all, and it's near, the AFCON tournament and all that, and I just thought, you know what, it's just putting more fuel into fire, and I just didn't want to do that, and I just thought, well, a kit is a kit. Yeah. So as much as I felt that it's not a nice kit. That's my opinion. Yeah. And it was only until today I just I just looked, I think there was a picture that came out with Musona, yeah, because the others were like 4 of them or whatever, and then I saw a close-up picture of Musona, and I remember this type of shirt when I was playing for Border Timbers at Zimbabwe grounds, when I was just coming off, when I was playing in Division 2, and then I go to, my Zimbabwe grounds to just play football. And I thought, this shirt, come on, man. Anyone who is remotely into football would know that nowadays people are being very sort of adventurous, with football shirts. Yeah. And that shirt just does not look right. It just does not look right at all. And it's a shame because I think we'll probably have the worst shirt at AFCON. But that's my opinion.
Yeah.
Komare, can you guys hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Hapana zino erapa. Why would they choose such a brand?
Right. Let's off the bat. We want to promote local, like local businesses, local manufacturers, local designs, and that. But we need to have a standard to go about it. We need to uphold standards. If you look at the jerseys, so pick on EPL, and if you look at the jerseys that Al is got on, there's a difference. Those jerseys they're specially designed to allow easy cooling maple because you understand me? I am a replica jerseys. The design such a good, it is a good quality, but it's slightly different from the original. Now, with that said, you cannot award a tender based on AI designs. My designs they were AI designs. I remember Itanga Kubechina, they were all AI designs. If I'm lying, I want you to tell me what I'm lying. They were all AI designs. AI makes it look nice. Because we use the AI code, I want you to design chakat. But bottom line now, when it comes to the actual thing is, no one made a sample to go with it and say, there it is, and did it, so that they could judge. First issue. Second issue, obviously, pan is, ragatoitika somewhere, bye. Because, gentlemen, let's call a spade a spade. That kit is hideous. That kit is ugly. Why are we forcing things? Remember the late Daniel Chungumba gadzira helicopter akati inonzi zimcopter akanamdara ndakanababona wangu chimbomira izvozvo zimcopter. Because you go in a competition where these other guys are wearing Nike, they're wearing Adidas, what vakomana vakapfeka jezi rare hanzi what is something you know what we need to do better. I'm telling you, we have a long way to go. It just keeps getting worse and worse and worse. Jogutika talking about Kitioiga. And then they come out and Vakapeka EcoBank. EcoBank sponsored the AFCON, the AFCON. Why are they wearing my jersey, EcoBank? And Wanakapeka, Utangotaza my colors, rainbow, flashing lights. Red, yellow, green. Why are you wearing that yakapeka jacket when you're supposed to be one team? Like if you look at Nigeria when they're going to camp, they're all wearing Nike. And whether wakapeka shorts, different shorts, but it's all the same brand. It's all branded. Nigerian Football Association with the Nike. There's a time Mamelodi Sundowns came to Zimbabwe. Method Mwanjali when he was Achangwa Joina Chichi. Vakaburuka bhazi wangu, I'm telling you Gwanzura kwekwe, I'm telling you Munhu wese admired one thing. Vese vangu vakapfeka mashorts blue, vese vaine t-shirts yellow. You could tell the team one yasvika. But vakomana national team, you can't even tell the national team. Mwakapfeka EcoBank, mwakapfeka this. madhiri akawandisa kunational team too much vanhu vakawanda kakajaha 1 kedovi munhu wese ada kukomora imomomo, and it leads us to this is embarrassing. That jersey should not be anywhere near national team.
So from the audience, someone is saying we've got Kasim Kasondo is saying and quality iripo guys musango shora because hapana ati aribata. Do you anyone with a response to that?
Quality yelocal yekuti local rinayo quality yawo yelocal, but like Mgoma said tukwenda kunokombita kuna vanhu vane maNike vane mabrand mabig brand isirueta vechinherera toenda ikoko kuti tinyanzoratidza kuti confusion yakazara musoro, because even though tikatasa pamajezi akaiswa ayaya evanhu vakakombita, you find out kuti iri jezi ranga ndo rakanaka pamajezi esati nawo akakombita aya, even rahatipereri tori nani dhani rakazonzi ndo rawina. Saka zveshuwa pamadhiri aripo akawandisa ndeyekuti ndionewo ndigokukavhawo ndo zvazviri paipa.
And I think I'm pane jezi roroga, and again probably I would say the same thing that I say all the time, and some people don't go along with it. I've worn too many football shirts in my life, far too many football shirts, and just looking at that does not impress me at all. It does not impress me at all. I am not even sure about the quality of that shirt, because at the end of the day, like what's been said, there's a proper jersey that you use for players for the game, and there's a replica which is for supporters, which don't have to be sort of the cooled down version of it. Yeah. And that shirt doesn't even look good for fans. I just don't know how it will be for the players, because you're looking at it, that picture which had the 4 players there, it made me look like I'm looking at probably someone presenting Coca-Cola schools in 1992, showing the kids, and I'm saying it because that's how I see it, and I know some people will be offended by that, but that's how it looked, it not for a national team, not for I think it's that bad that you could ask a professional player who's actually, like loaded, like players like the Maves and all that. If you really gave him a choice and say, would you wear this or you buy a kit, for the team, I'm sure that he would prefer buying a kit for the side.
Just one more thing on that statement. I do not like people who talk like that. I have a dislike for people who what do you mean to say sure? What makes you think you are entitled to shora as if you were stop it, whatever Kasim, whatever your name is, stop it. Just because it's local, kana chinhu chakashata handika, kana chinhu chakanaka ngachirumbidzwe. We do not toe a line yekuti just because chagadzirwa muZimbabwe tofanira kuti yes anochiripo. If it's wrong, it's wrong. If it's right, it's right. Iwewe yona hanzi munangoshora musati machi, but iwe wakaribata wakariona kupi? Just like us, you're looking at it. You make your own you make your own decisions about Wakatarisa. There's no way 70% to 80% of the people say there's something wrong with that jersey, and then you want to come and tell us, Putanzi, look, you need to stop. You look at, if you look at jersey, the famous jersey Bafana when they won the AFCON, jersey white, gold. It's quality. You can tell that's quality. A dream team, yaipeka Joma or something. It was Joma or Umbro. I don't know, one of those. You could tell kuti jezi rakanaka, jezi quality ro. You could tell kuti jezi quality ro. Uri uko kana uri padhuze, you can tell kuti equality jezi ro. And then you want to come and test hanzi nhasi zvazochinja nhasi zvachinja nhasi zvazochinja hatichagoni kuona nhasi. No, stop it wangu, don't do that. Don't do that.
Pakabuditsa Ajax jezi riya rine colors ma African colors yaitanga Jamaica, you know.
Yeah.
Everyone airiona akatanga ngoti, you know what, I've got to have that jezi, whether would support Ajax or doesn't. Why? That was quality. You see, jezi rinozvitengesa rega. I was tempted to go and buy that jezi because of just looking at it.
But guys,
I liked it.
But guys, murumboona here kuti
Go on, Carlos.
Carlos,
Network yangu ilikuwa inatumia nyara. Sichi kuitika.
I think network ya Carlos I know.
Network yake.
Carlos.
Yeah.
Yeah, go on. I'll finish your thought.
Okay, so I was saying kuti pandakaona jezi riya immediately ndakatangotaura kuti you know, I've got to get that jezi, you know, because rakanaka ndo zvinhu zvatinoda izvozvo for our nation. Kana muchiitira chinhu chenyika ingoita munhu kuti because we are there, jezi renyika should you know raise patriotism amongst fans, but I want to be associated with that. Paunoriona jezi riya, yes, I'm going to get one. Muchifamba mese makadai so muri group muchienda ku National Sports Stadium, except kungoti at the moment hatisogona kufamba kuenda ku National Sports Stadium. But you get the sense of it. Ringe rakanaka, you see. Ndo zvinhu zvaunongochida. So jezi rinofanira kuzvitengesa rega. Riya. First glance you look at it. Am I seeing correctly? You have a second glance. You know what? This thing is hideous. Please get rid of it. If there was a way of reversing that deal with whoever they made that jersey and go with the other guy, one of the other guys, they were, I can guarantee they picked the worst of all that competed, all the jerseys that competed. They picked the worst one. Okay, pick any other one from those that competed. Then to end an error. Because
pana akatoti hanzi hatipera igona tozosona riri nani. Pana munhu akatonyora zvikanzi hatipera igona tozosona riri nani.
Antoreni zai yake hatipera.
Have you seen Makita Nopeka isuzu Zimbabwe UK?
Yes.
Have you ever seen Makita Nopeka?
Yes, I have
seen them. Yeah. You know, you don't need to be close by, you know, but to say straight away Urikuro no not, yeah, that's quality. Yes. And the team Zeduga, imagine Yedu more social, and we're talking about our international team, Zimbabwe football. Exactly. You know, Zimbabwe national team.
Jezi randaipfeka ku high school kubhora is way better than that. Randaipfeka ku form 4 chitamba bhora ranga riri way better than iri ragadzirwa nevakomana vaya. You see, I'm not even joking. You know what?
You know what I would need to know, are they football people or it's just a business? You know, are they really?
They are not football. Nah. Nah.
Something interesting, Ish. I really don't want to say this name, but I have to. I've noticed that you remember us asking about the technical team of the Warriors that other time. I've noticed that the head of the technical team of the Warriors is a Benza. Of Zifa is a Benza. So
Benza.
Yes, it's a Benza, not innocent Benza. I think it's one of the one.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
So
okay.
Yes. So I think, as we said on the previous videos, would want a technical head to be someone who has played at the highest level, or who has coached at the highest level, or who has qualified in football qualifications at the highest level. Why? Because of such things. Because jerseys now are no longer just jerseys; they are actually performance kits. When they make my jerseys for my players, they are not just looking at colors and designs and what. They're also looking at how the kit will assist to perform, to assist the players to perform well. So that person who would have designed that jersey, I guarantee you, is not a football person. He doesn't know. So they would have just got a quotation to China, and someone got a Zeno, and that's it. It's not a football decision. Um, Two, on the commercial side, again, if you have seen my jersey in Nigeria, if you check my jersey in Nigeria, they are being worn by people from Brazil. They are being worn by people from America. They are being worn by people from Australia. They are being worn by people from China, elsewhere. Because they are being distributed by who? By Nike. And because why? They have a unique Nigerian flavor. But us, what was that? We don't have commercial value. One, we don't have distribution valuation. So sometimes with people who defend things for the sake of defending things, but we need to think critically, as Komare always says. Let's think critically. How is that jersey going to be distributed without a reputable distribution company? How is that jersey going to perform with the players without the input of technical people? How is that jersey going to be bought when it's so ugly? I don't know if you guys still have anything else on the jersey, because, yeah.
OJ, I want to tell you something. I want to tell you something about China. You see, China, if you deal with China, any price will get you something. The Chinese don't play when it comes to economy. Ukanda jersey $5, one ukupa jersey $5. If you want a jersey $50, one ukupa jersey $50. But you will notice something. Jersey $5, ne jersey $50. Anotosiana, the quality differs. It's still coming from China. You understand? Oh, this from the technical director to whatever to the team manager, they should be held responsible for this. When they sat down and they chose we're getting from Warriors, right? Who was there? Akambotamba, who knows fabric guy? The way this whole design is, are we looking beyond just the team wearing it? Are we looking at, like if you're saying, OJ Kuti, are we looking at fans having it? What are the fans going to think about? And I'll give an example. There's a guy in Sydney. I don't know. I can't zoom physics, so I've got one. I'm telling you that design is beautiful. That design, I don't know how he did it. It's green. Right? Like a lightning thing, so pan up. I'll send you my pictures. Emma colors in Zimbabwe. You understand? Ushungorona, you can tell that's a Zim thing. Ushungumta, that's a Zim thing. Even though the material is heavy, it's a bit heavy. But I'm saying the design, you bring designs together. When you get a brilliant design like that, and then you start looking at the fabric that we're going to use the fabric, the dry fit for the players, for cooling and all that, and then for the weight, so you're looking at monetarizing the whole design for the national team, so that even the people all corners of the world that are Zimbabweans will proudly buy that jersey and put it on and say, look, this is my country. And like how we raise the Zimbabwe flag everywhere we go. We raise it because flag here, you just raise it. But in the jersey,
about performance.
Honestly,
performance. Yeah, you've reminded me, Ray, about performance. Just as we were talking, you remember Aston Villa last season? They ended up. Yeah, they discontinued that contract mid-season, and they went to Adidas because of what performance. And look at the climate of the UK, October peace. But now we are going to be playing in Morocco. What's going to happen in that climate? Yeah, so I think we need to look at things before we just do things, and because they are cheaper. It's something we need to look at. Yeah.
The problem, OJ, and I just want to say something quickly because nezvatina zotorara panapa tikada kuramba tiri pachesi. So when you see people just saying zvamutaura ndezvekupenga, handisi jezi right and whatever, yeah, it's because some people until now in this day and age don't realize that in football or in any sport now with the sports science and everything, you take advantage of every little detail that you can to for your performance, to go even that point, not 1%. It adds up to everything else that you're doing. So that shirt itself, it has. I'll tell you. I remember when I was still playing football, and when I was young and in Zimbabwe, because some teams, before you probably get to Premier League, some teams would have like socks, what do you tone socks, yeah, where you my booty and all that, yeah. I always used to come into the changing room early, and ndatanga kudiginura tsvaga my socks. Ndichitarisa one today, I said kuti nditsvage my socks asina kuboka, yeah, because mentally for me it affected me to be wearing socks rakaboka kana ndichitamba. So that idea yekuti ndakapfeka masocks asina kuboka, it just made me feel good. And that little percent I need to feel a good year can be the difference at all between my confidence in that game and not. So some people do think it's just nothing. It doesn't mean anything. But in football or in any sport, you have to take advantage of every little detail. And a shirt nowadays is not a small detail. It's a big detail.
Yeah. Yeah, thank you. We're going to move on from this one. And thank you, the comments. We can see your comments. Collins, Tanya, Bonzeri, Fred, and our fellow football commenters, Football Insights Global. Anza previous were better. Kokuito photo shoot teams go away. Now you're definitely right. We're going to get into the team now, because I know we've got a long debate on that, and unfortunately one of our young men, Malcolm, is not here. Would have wanted to hear from him.
OJ, you're having feedback. OJ.
I'm having feedback. I think it
was gone quiet now. It's gone quiet now.
I think it was Speaker Abu that was giving feedback.
Okay.
Anyway, so one of the biggest controversies on the team selection has been the recall of Macaulay Bonny. Some people are saying there are other players who would have deserved to play or to be selected instead of Macaulay Bonny. Why? Because Macaulay Bonny recently joined a non-league team in England, and I think he's just played a few games and he's only scored one goal so far. He joined the new team on the 1st of October, if I remember well. So some people are saying maybe the likes of Tando Ngwenya should have been selected instead of Macaulay. What do you think about this selection, guys?
It's a travesty. Takura Bonny ahead of Tando Ngwenya. It's a travesty. You see, that guy, he didn't have a club for years. He moved from from city to city looking for a club until he found one, and he couldn't even sustain it. Pakaenda South End, he didn't even last long. And now AFCON league, we have mfana ari kutamba for a club iri top 7 mu Betway Premiership. Anonzi Ntando. And then you replace him that guy. I'm not saying agone bora, but if we are looking like for like, where's a Tando up, where's a Bon up, I'm going with Tando. You see, the guy has scored 1 goal. How many goals does Tando have right now? You see, you see, I am not sure kuti munhu akachoose a team here and the coach. There's a statement that he said that local coaches were going to put some names forward into the 55, and then from those 55 also Saruds. I can guarantee you that his input on that final 23 or whatever number they are was very minimum. Team yakasarudzwa nevamwe vanhu, because there is nothing justified unless you are telling me kuti akatarisa akati Tando achitamba apa during training, otarisa Makole achitamba apa overtaura kuti okay, I go with this one, he's a better footballer. I don't know what a coach would be looking for in a striker. I don't know what a coach would be looking for in a number 9.
Okay.
But for him to then go, assuming that it was him. I can hear myself.
He did Abu again, yeah?
Yeah, I think there's a speaker, kuna Abu, irikuita feedback. Maybe 10 off your speaker.
But andina speaker, ingori phone yangu cheta andina speaker.
Okay, all right. Now it's not coming.
Even keyboard are kuno.
Okay. Yeah.
Oh yeah, how you still speaking? Yeah.
Okay, so I was saying, so even if you see akavatarisa, and then he's telling us he saw something in Makole that he thought was better than what Tando possesses. That's highly debatable. I don't know what changa chitarisa, but pabora chaibo I would have gone with Tando. I was disappointed to see that kid Ngirikiri eliminated from the final squad, because mfana waya anotamba bora, he has potential. Takambotaura pana panyaya yekuti chi tinoda kuti vapfana ava vaite sei, these are the future vemunhukirikiri, the national team. Makole league yaari kutambira is borderline. It's not borderline, it's actually a boozer league. There's a league yandakambotamba kukentuku. I think that was an equivalent of the league irutambirwa ngirikiri, irutambirwa na Boni. And then you go call someone like that ku national team over someone outamba Betway Premiership. I'm top 7. He started 71% of his matches.
Can you remind me, Betway, which league is that, by the way?
South Africa.
South Africa, yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yes, somewhat good.
Okay.
I'm done.
Right, okay.
I'm done.
I can come in.
Okay, I think let me add only 1 or 2. Ipapo pana boni pantori nenyaya. What I think when we talking about Tando Ngwenya, remember Tando Ngwenya, he was injured for some time, and he just came last week from injury. He just played 1 game, then over we are national team. If I listen the coach very well last time, I told us to my injury. If you remember that coach achitaura akataura kuti vanhu vane mainjury aatore. Saka kuroti inini Tando ndinofunga kuti akamusira because haasati arecover very well. zvekuti Tando anganzi angaenda. Then pana Boni andiziva hangu kuti bhora tinori analyze
wait
sei.
a minute. Can I get back to
Okay.
you on that one?
Okay.
What arutaura kuti vanhu vakakuvara. And then this guy had played one game. How many games had Boni played for him to be called national team? Because I guarantee you that guy is going to get injured. There's a lot of feedback. What's happening?
OJ, you're on mute.
I can't hear you.
Yeah, I'll be muting as we go so that the feedback doesn't come out.
Yeah, I think probably it's best if we all mute. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unless
when
if we
are not talking, you mute.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So I was saying, Kutichi, the guy Ananzani Boni, how many games had he played before he was called to the national team? Just because Tando was injured, for how long had he been injured? This was not an ACL injury, not months to you. These guys are professional athletes. They recover in so quick time. But also Taura Muna Angasingatambe Bora all this time. Is better than Tando. I don't get it.
Okay, league rep South Africa iri muchikombe ane league ro reku England zvakasiyana pakureba sei?
As far as the East from the West. That's how far apart those leagues are. Wakaona bhora richitambwa Mamelodi Sundowns ichitamba munhirikiri mu Club World Cup. Tell me of their quality. What did you think of the quality that you're on display ichitambwa isharagdzwa neMamelodi Sundowns? It was an equivalent of a league yandakatamba inini. Woienzanisa neBetway Premiership. The gap is just huge.
Yeah. Can I come in here? Right, okay. Right. I think I've said a lot of things over the week, and I'm just going to condense it, for time purposes, And the issue here that people are getting wrong is that people are concentrating on Boni to an extent that they're not talking about the other players there. Whether they actually deserve to be there or not. So when you talk about the league, I would say on the league you're wrong. That league that he plays in, that league is one way. It's a feeder. I think it's a feeder into the league that goes into the conference. That league that he's playing in, it is a competitive league. It is a very competitive league. I know that. And
competitive enough to compare the South African Premier.
No. And I was going to come there. Tando, If we're talking about Tando, we should be talking about these attributes, because if we're talking about Tando in the Premiership of South African football, he has to bring that game. If he's doing well in South Africa, he's got to bring that game, the same level of game into the national team. So now what happens with footballers is there are certain players who show how good they are in training, but they don't play as they train. They're different. There's players who are suited, their play is suited for specific teams or specific leagues, but they're not suited for international football. So what's happening here is that as a coach, that job of being a coach, it's there's a lot of things that coaches do on the whim, and it's about judgment as well. A coach can have confidence in someone who all of you do not have confidence in, based on how he wants to play, how he views that player. And the one thing that I've agreed today is that we are that low as a country that we're having to argue or debate about Bony, because in an ideal world, we wouldn't have players like Bony. But he was cold. That's the important part there. We can't dwell on Bony not having played, Bony not having this. All that is gone. Because at the end of the day, Bony was called into the national team. So the only thing that we can do now is look at the merits in him being there. What is he doing? Is he proving the coach wrong by the coach calling him? Is he showing that the coach was wrong because he's not fit enough? He doesn't have a good touch. He's off pace and all that. For the coach now to actually say, okay, Bonnie, I've called you, or is someone else who knows you who called you because these coaches were bringing in players. I'm going to have a look at you. For the coach now to get to the point that it is got to, he's seen something. He's seen what Bonnie is made of. And he's looking at the way that he wants to play. We might not agree with it, but the bottom line is the coach has a job to do, and the coach is not going to pick players who will make him lose. He'll pick players that he thinks will make him win. So unfortunately, when you're in a national team, sometimes this whole I play for in South Africa, or I play in Zimbabwe, I play or whatever, can be thrown out of the window because the coach is looking at specifically what you're doing there. That's the reason why sometimes you see European-based players, we know that they play in way, way better leagues. But you see local players playing ahead of those European-based. Yeah. If you use the logic of the league, every foreign-based player should be starting a game. Every local player should be on the bench. But when it comes, the coach has got all of them now. He's looking at what he forgets about where he plays from. He's looking at what he's doing now. So for Bonnie to train, to stay in that camp, to be picked as, in that, the remaining players, that's credit to him because he's shown what he can do. We might disagree. We might think, Bonnie plus played this, he scored 1 goal, he plays in this league and whatever. But guess what? He's done enough for that coach to say, that coach is a professional coach. Yeah. Let's not disrespect that coach. For him to say, Bonnie, you're in. He's happy with him. He's impressed by something. Whether it's his off the ball, play, whether it's his back to goal play. Because you've got to remember one thing as well. Being a striker, it's a specialized position, which we know. And Zimbabwe has struggled with that. Zimbabwe, we really look like we have a striker many times. We can name all these players who've scored in their leagues or local leagues. They've scored 17, they've scored 20 or whatever. When it's come to national team, they look nothing like they've shown there because international football is different. When you're playing against these teams, you're playing now against teams like the Nigerians and all. Can you tell me, hand on heart, you would say, if we play 5 times against Nigeria, we'll win 3 or 4 in there? We did well, just like the FA Cup, sometimes you have Plymouth beating Liverpool, you have Manchester United losing to Grimsby. That happens in football, but generally, we're going to be thrashed by Nigeria. Yeah. So the important part that we've got to understand now, instead of us fighting about why Bonnie went there in the first place, we passed that. We passed on why he went there. We now on the why he is there now. And he is there now. That's on merit now. According to the coach, he's seen enough to say this guy is one of the players who I'm probably going with. So is I mentioned one thing, when we were talking about the groups, this evening, and I said, if there's one thing that sets apart these European footballers and the local players and the local footballers as well, is that these kids or whoever they are, when they're not playing, they train, they eat right, they train. Whether they're on holiday, they go on holiday, their programs, they don't stop their programs. So it gives you a better chance to be at a level fitness wise where you're not going to be far off, other players. So imagine this. Bonnie's fitness, because if he wasn't fit, he wouldn't be there. Yeah. So that means he's fit. So can you imagine Bonnie's fitness? Someone who hasn't been playing, he's being picked. And there's players who've played the whole entire league. And he's matching them. It tells you more about what's wrong with our game. And like I said, in an ideal world, you don't want the Bonnies and all that to be picked because you want someone who's playing higher level. You want someone who's been playing regularly. But the fact that that is happening shows that how dead our football is. So this shouldn't be about Tando versus Bonnie. It should be about everything about our football, how wrong it is. Because I can make an argument and say if Bonnie has proved to the coach that he is there at a level with these players, maybe there's another player we're not talking about who should be making way for Tando. That's how I look at it.
Yeah, that's an interesting one. Yeah. I want to ask you another question as well, Ray. There's one question which has come from the audience for you. And Ray, this one is for you. Why but Wadi? I think he's asking why Wadi as well was picked. I think Wadi last played for the Warriors previous AFCON, and then he's just come suddenly now. So he's asking why Wadi. Go ahead.
Well, that's to me, yeah. Okay. So what's happening here is that this is what happens when a new coach comes in. Yeah. Remember, there's a player called Kobe Mainu. He was playing for what? For England. Yeah. He can't get 10 minutes of a game now. Because when a new coach comes in, he sees things differently from the other coach, what he was seeing. Yeah. So even though we've got Caetano there who joined, with knees and probably has got these ideas, you probably ask him about who is this player, blah, 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 how has he been playing and all that. But the bottom line is that the coach has got decisions to make. And sometimes the coach system or way of play can determine the players that he wants. So for him to pick that player who hasn't been used by Nice means that he's seen something with that player that the players he's dropping do not have. So maybe if this coach was there months ago, he could have picked the guy that is just picked. But unfortunately, Nice saw differently. But now this coach is coming in. He's saying, you've been playing, but in my system, no. But he can. And he doesn't care whether you've played, the whole about qualification or not. He's saying, I don't care. We were talking about this last week, was it last week when I said, how many players who win the championship title go on to play in the Premier League? Football, there's no room for sentiments. The coach comes in, you could have been playing, you are on your game 99, and you want one game more to play to get to 100, and that coach will never give you one game to play 100 because he feels that you are not the caliber of player that he wants. There's no sentiment. So this coach is coming in. He's not going with players who have qualified Zimbabwe into the AFCON just for the sake of it. Because if you don't play his system, why should he take you? We might argue as fans and say, oh, but it's not fair. It's not what? Football has never been fair. Football has never been fair. Mo Salah right now is being treated like a pariah. But you know what? If you talked about Liverpool months ago, you're talking Mo Salah. Yeah. So that's football for you. So we normally as fans get too attached, to players. And it pains us when certain players are not picked. But the coach has got a job to do. I'm not the national team coach. You are not the national team coach. The national team coach sees what he sees. You might not agree with it, but he sees it differently. Does he play the same way that Nice plays? No. So if he played exactly the same way that Nice plays, then you'll be like, oh yeah, but he's playing the same way, so why is he then dropping this player? But he's coming in and saying, you know what, my type of play, I need players who've got fitness this high. He's always talked about the fitness, the intensity, and all that, yeah? And he's saying, this is what I want. So if you can't give him that, you've got a training game to give him that. You've got training. He's had them for 2 weeks or whatever. If you're not giving him that, he's not taking you. So do you think Bonnie hasn't given him that level, but he still picked him? No, because that coach doesn't suffer fools. That's what I like about him. If he feels that you're good enough for him, he'll take you. If he feels that you're not good enough for you, he'll drop you. He doesn't care whether you play 10 games in the qualifications. Yeah. And that's the reason. And this is why there's been a big uproar from fans, because that attachment, to players. A lot of people are saying, oh yeah, look, he's dropped Musona. He's done this. He doesn't care about Musona, whether if Musona is not fit. Probably if it was Nice, he would say, okay, a 65% Musona will go because he's helped me to get to qualifications. But this manager is saying, I don't care even if, if you're not 85% at a minimum fitness, I'm not taking you. It doesn't care how many games you've played. So until we accept that coaches are going to come and do whatever they want, because whose head is on the chopping block? When we lose, if he picks Musona, if he picks certain players that us fans want, and we lose, we still want his head. Yeah. So he might as well pick the players that he thinks can do a job for him. And I agree with you that it shows you the doldrums that Zimbabwean fans do not accept about our league. The fact that someone who is playing that lower league comes into training with players who've played 30-what games, yeah, and he still shines enough to have these players dropped. You can't blame Bonnie on that. He's taken an advantage. He's taken an opportunity, and he's made it himself.
Yeah.
That's football.
Thanks, Coach Kelly. Welcome, Oliver. And go ahead, Dre.
I've said this a couple of times. I'm going to say it again. We need to stop being emotionally attached to players. We need to stop being emotionally attached to players. There's an uproar about Ntando because they are fans who like Ntando. I'm not taking anything away from that kid. Ntando is a kid, upcoming. He's doing what he's doing. But Ntando is just coming from injury. I want you to understand a player coming from injury, coming back to the game. When a player goes to injury and he comes back, we can't say, he's fit at Doka. No, he's come back, but has he reached that level of fitness that is required? So because what happens, if you look at other teams, they bring the player on gradually. They bring him back slowly.
Mute, Abu.
They bring him slowly, right? They bring him slowly as he comes in and comes out. Now, if this coach is talking about intensity and physicality, and Tando is just coming from an injury, let's look at it from the coach's point of view. If I take Ntando with the kind of intensity and the demands I want from the player, Iyatango Baku injury, and the amount of games I'm going to play there, is it going to last me the whole process? Most likely not. So, of the guys I have there, who's most likely to give me that raw power that I want in intensity? Bonnie, Ishmael Wadi, they're going to give it to me. First thing first. Second thing, the other issue is, at the end of the day, like Kelvin said, the buck starts and stops with the coach. Because whatever happens, he's the guy who's going to get fired. Not Ntando, not Wadi, not Bonnie, not Takwara, not whatever. He's the guy that's going to get fired. And so, Every coach
my
has a
question
style.
My question is that selectors, right? Selector, and still the buck stopped with him.
Needs chimbomira chamwari. Needs anto that dhira cake. Needs anto that dhira cake. Rakasara. It's pasna what we kuenda. And you see the difference now. You see from Needs and what. Like Kevin said, Needs will take a 65% fit player there because the sentiments attached. Ndakabva ukakandipinza. National team haina izvozvo. Wakatamba qualifiers tikapinda. But wakakwara, I'm not taking you. I'm taking someone who's going to give me results. All we want are results. So we chamari uyaka no, let me not say anything today. Today I don't want to go there. So with this coach, he's picked whoever he's picked. Let's not get it. He's picked them. Fine, you pick those guys. You're going to go with those guys. Let's judge him by the guys he's taken with. Let's see what he's trying to do with the guys he's taken.
Abu.
We cannot say Asire Intando. And there's this talk of Antamba Division 8. You know what? Kuba, I don't know hours since it's been running. Antamba Division 8. You guys want to talk about Antamba Division 8 as if you're spoiled for choice, as if Munema players akawanda anotamba ku South Africa Betway, as if Munema players akawanda anotamba ku conference.
You doubt it, Tinema players, because you're also a Zimbabwean.
You need all right. Thanks, Oliver. So that's as if Tinema players anotamba ku EPL, as if Tinema players anotamba ku which other league is high? Ku Serie A, as if Tinema players hobo anotamba ku League 1, as if the players hobo anotamba ku La Liga. Atina, gentlemen, that's the best that we have at the moment as a Niga. It also goes back now to show we have a problem as a country. We need to go back to if it was up to me, let me tell you, if it was up to me, I would dissolve ZPSL. Yes, totally. Let me tell you why. Totally dissolve ZPSL totally. I'll tell you why. Tichikura, I want you to get this right. Tichikura. Someone meet Abu. Tichikura, Mandidia. Tichikura. You had under 8, under 10, under 12, under 14, under 16, under 18. And those were my stages a player would go through a development. And you see guys we enter under 14 Deramos, under 14 under 14 Cape, under 14 Black Rhinos, under 14 Chichi. And if you meet those guys again a year or two later, and they're under 16, it was a gradual thing. So, but you could tell he's been playing. We don't have that anymore, right? First, don't have that anymore. So we can't produce players that go and play. If you look at the guys Vakatamba that I'm talking about, they went to Vakatambira Orlando Pirates, Vakatambira the Chiefs, Vakatambira and Cape Town, they're in the Cape Town area or something like that. Yesterday on Cape Town Space. All those guys there, they made the grades there. Vakanda Gurana Germany, they played second or third division of Germany. And they made it there. Since then, there's been a slump. The last guys who made it, and I want to show you the importance of player development. The last guys to go and shake up South African with South Africa Premier Soccer League. And the knowledge, Nakama, Vaka Bakuba Komandara, 80s Academy. Are you with me? Vaka Gruma, Kutamba Bora, Vaka Gruma, they did not just wake up and Vaka Gruma. That's why they shook South Africa. Vaka Sheka Komandara. Vakomandara Vaka Sheka. South Africa will never forget common knowledge. Never ever. They will never. The Vanos is Ziva. Vakomandara Vaka Sheka. Why? Because Vakomandara they groomed proper. Hatizi Sina. Now we have kids. We write about the kids. 17 times. He's going now. Chingonyora under 17 has been called up. They so Sandlomba. They so Chakuchichi. They so Nengi. 2 years later, it's the same name. So Ningi. Listen, there are the kids out there that we don't know and we'll never know. Why? Because hakuna structure for those kids to follow, so that they can be exposed and be seen by other teams. So that we view that. And then we have counselors. Why I'm saying dissolve the whole thing, we have counselors. Kungo promise what no chete msoro pungwa that will turn out to the other side, go promise what chete unzi. Drakupa lobi. Watanga votas unzi. You understand? Kuti, everything is a mess. Everything is a mess. And then you have guys who approve my jazz nangana pasaizo. And wakati gani kato zrota, akato seta jazz area.
For the first time, I agree with you. For the first time, I agree with you because jazz area rakadakwa baba. Unoza ameno kuti my designs akaiswa. You know, you don't open up such a thing. Kuti tuda my designs. Then out of that, then you what you like chima jazz over ango isai baba bando jazz. Chibage chema jazz. Unoza kunyazo ha munhu akanyadzogara pasi ere akafunga kuti what am I going to do kana kuti akangobatanidza akati toita sei panapa hakuziva kunoroeka bag bangoti svika batoita sei batora bag because I would like to see the person akadesigner that jazz because honestly handisi kuti handisi kuti ari right but ndoda kungoonao nongomubvunza kuti shamari what are you trying to do up baba enda kujezi remaschools maprimary schools ekumaruzevha kana kuti muzimbabwe they've got better jerseys than the one that we have. Even my players anga sikatombofara kuapfeka majezi anotonyadzisa kuapfeka.
Go ahead, Oliver. We have spoken about the jerseys. Thank you for contributing on the
anorwadza mudara jezi anoita achingorwadza achingodzoka kumashure. But I want to say kuti what has actually happened in the players that have been dropped, this is an opportunity for the guys who have been selected to shine. Remember Lunga when he played against Salah in the Africa Cup of Nations, the last one. Hapana imuziva kuti gift Lunga akaita se, but akavhara Salah to the extent yekuti people even questioned. So I'm cautiously optimistic kuti out of the crop of the game guys that we have, vamwe vachanga vachiita zviri nani. But if they wait and wait for teams to take the game to them, vanorohwa. Pakadai apa kuda chibhubhubhu chekuti munongogoesa munhu mangovhara, because the coach is actually concentrating on fitness at the expense of tactical formation. Kelvin aimboitaura nyaya iyoyo titombomunetsana, but I think now where we are in the number of days that are left, it's no longer about fitness. It's more about tactical formation. Okay, because game reku Africa Cup of Nations, a money game. 1-0 no pays a game. 2-0 no pays a game. A single goal is very, very important. So if you concentrate on being fit, you know, you need to. It's not practice that makes perfect, but it's perfect practice that makes perfect. But in this case, there's no way that my players you see. But let them. Those guys are professionals. So look at their fitness. How fit are they? Then you start drilling them with what the formation that we are going to play is this. Look, Kubaba Akatanga, Kelvin, you might actually disagree or agree with me. Kubaba Akatanga, Angotara fitness. He has never set out to say Isusu Tataku Garapas, and this is the formation that we are going to have. Because he's got a few days left. And so now you concentrate on tactical formation, they not but fitness baba yakanaka, but unokwanisa kuita 120 minutes but let us focus on what we have and build on my players at now.
Okay, I understand. Can I quickly answer? I understand. Sorry, just a minute here. I understand where you're coming from, and you're right. That we need to concentrate on the other things. But what you're missing is that he hasn't been with them for 2 weeks and just running. Yeah, you would have had them. Yeah. So when he talks about fitness, it's that fitness which is put into practice with how he wants to play. Yeah. So if he's saying you want to pressing is a difficult thing, It is a difficult thing, what to do, because you've got to have, really like chest open because you're going to do a lot of sharp, sharp runs, unlike Munarungo Jogaga. Short and sharp, trying to press. So now it's going to need that fitness, because if you don't have it, then system yake, it won't work. So what I believe, because we've not seen them train, what I believe is that a coach will be incorporating that fitness and putting in his style of play into that. So by now, the players would have an idea of what the coach wants, because already if he's been dealing with the fitness, they should be remotely there, because they've been playing, most of them, because the season is just finished. But there's no way that you would ignore the way that he wants to play for the sake of fitness. It has to be both. So you would see that what he wants them to do, and probably when I'm looking at it, I probably can see why he's gone with the players that he has gone with. As much as people can disagree with, because if he's seeing that these players can actually fit into the way that he wants to play, whether it's players who can change the way that's that formation. Because you got to remember one thing: for you to play, and again, I'm sorry, I'm going to a little bit diss our league again. When you play international football, when you come in for training, when you get a call up, the coach tends to call what is supposedly to be the cream of the country. Any cream of any country, you're expected to have an idea whether you were playing 3-5-2 at your team, or you're playing 4-4-2, or you're playing 4-3-3. You should have the brain to adjust quickly, because that coach doesn't have 3-4 weeks, to put a certain formation with you. He only has, sometimes they even have 2-3 days. So you've got to be switched on. This is where sometimes our players, for all the talent that they have, some of the players, because they're not used to playing in bona fide systems, they would then struggle when they go to the international game. You would see that a striker would probably go 20 minutes, he's only touched the ball once. But maybe when he's at his team, he touches the ball 5-10 times. Because now probably you don't know where to make your run. Now you're playing against defenders who play all over Europe, who are clever, who doesn't give you the room that you get, when you're playing, in local football. So that's the reason why he's got to have players who can adjust. If he calls them in 2-3 days, they've got it. And I suspect that Bonnie, because he's played, Bonnie, if you look at his resume, that's where it comes in handy now, because it won't be difficult for him to get on board what the coach wants him to do. But it can be difficult for someone who even has scored 10 goals, in local league, because maybe they're not switched on enough, in terms of game intelligence to be able to take what the coach is saying. So this is why sometimes you can't second guess why coaches do what they do, because every coach. And do you know that sometimes coaches gamble? They actually gamble. Sometimes it's even like, what? I'll tell you, like Malume when I was at Jets. Sometimes you just get a player and say, but if he scores, what do we say? This coach is a genius. But is he a genius there? He's not a genius. He's just, he's just taken a gamble and it's worked. And in football, coaches do take gambles. And you know what? When the gamble pays off, the coach gets the credit as well. If it doesn't pay off, he gets, the punishment as well. Yeah. So that's why I say it's a difficult job, being a coach. You've got 13, 14, 15 million who've got their own ideas of how they want you to do. Yeah. So that's why I respect.
Abu, you have something to say.
So now I wanted to talk about Bonnie. Do you remember last AFCON? I think it was 2023 or 2017. I don't know when was the last AFCON we went. The one we were not banned. Ndeipiache yatakaguma kuenda. Pane mfesa uyu anonzi Ishmael Wadu. If you remember that guy, Ivaku Division 1 kuSouth Africa achienda kunomhanyisa Senegal. And the match, if you watch the match of Senegal, aimhanyisa vanhu zvokuti Senegal yakapinda busy that day, but aibva kudivision 1. So inini ndine belief yakanyanya kuna Boni, because bhora rinenge rasiyana nerekuclub, and he is professional. Remember kuti akambotambirawo kuma up there kuma high leagues kwaitombotamba bhora rinani, but now zvinenge zvisina pressure yakanyanya kwaari like kuleague yaari, because akutamba nevanhu vari professional vanotaura noti ukatamba nemadofo iwo unopedzisira wakugona, ukatamba nevanogona mani unopedzisira wakugona chero uri dofo. Saka zviri zvekuhwina kana kuti pazosiwa ani, the more yaanoziva kufinisha mufesi yawo, inini I believe kuti anogona kutiitira something. Angatadze kunyatso kuperforma, but hatisi kuzoshaya gona hayi mufesi yakapiwa mukana.
Thank you.
2019, I think.
Can I add something? You know, Tamba Bora, you know, when Kevin talks about a system, talks about can you play in a system? Do you know, as if you ask why do we let goals? It's always good. We don't have we don't have my midfielders what. But if we ever asked ourselves, Tamba, when we play, our strikers are they doing off the ball running so that the midfielders can find them? Why I'm bringing that up? Because I'm going to tell you, off the ball running, Bora is like bodybuilding. It's 80% bodybuilding, or is 80% nutrition and 20% gym. Bora is 80% movement and 20% skill. You can be skilled, if you lack movement, your skills amount to zero. They amount to shit. Sorry for that, but I'm going to tell you the truth. You can be skilled, but kana usina movement, your skills will never help anyone. So when you're playing, I'm going to give you an example. Chipeshon Zangale wakiakia. Chifecha auli chichona ndi Viking icho. Baka morati kana mamitu zaya vachiticha bora. Icho achiwani kwepapo andidi. Achiwani kwepapo. Chiriku jazz by so good in David. Chose yauti uye chitakamira one of them. Chirona di bora kuna ndingi chaptaka kutopa chikuzviziya kuti ndikataka kungoenda that way. This guy is going to atandipa chete. Ende chatoona kuzara kuti kwandiri kuenda uko. Makeke. Chinoita all the ball running. He watches his teammates play. His mind is telling him kuti, okay, raenda uko. Choswinga ku left, choswinga ku right. Chotanga ngomhanya so dhoka katika bora natanga sikusunda kugumbo so. Chakutozviziya kuti munhu akangodyira chete pana dhoku, I'm the next target. Chakutanga topinda space, dhoku finds him. Bam, go bora. He's making himself available. Do our strikers, number 9 Edu, so far, do they make themselves available for the midfielders to see them and get the ball? Instead of us saying Adama midfielders are not getting my chances, are the strikers making those of the ball running so that the midfielders find them? This is one aspect maybe that I don't know. Maybe Boni is doing. That is how the strikers are doing. He's showing so much alertness in the box. He's not just saying nobody out you only keke. You understand? So there are a lot of aspects that a coach looked at. And fitness. When we talk about fitness, a coach who emphasizes fitness is because his game plan requires that. When Jurgen Klopp came to Liverpool, and the first 2 seasons they didn't do so well, and gang and press, heavy metal rock football, and it means they push pedal to the metal. It means by metal the maneta bora kuno pera for 80 minutes. Guess what they do? There's a time Liverpool was playing I don't know if they're playing Young Champions League. Match comes 75 minutes. John Ari Rinse. You remember John Ari Rinse? That was 75 minutes. Now the game starts, let's go. 75 minutes, let's go. I'm telling you, Liverpool tanga, but every player that they can vote. I got a panze 6-7 games. Can I matter single? Why did he buy him? Fabinho got a panze for a long time. Do you know why? Anga Sashka that level where could up in them system yaga. Atange ku pressure Zawaneta kumana my. So if a coach says focuses on intensity and strength and training, game rake is based on that. Atamba heavy metal rock football. Ana no maya kuti tikati handei. Ana wadi vave akati handei kusvika mumwe munhu achema chete ka ndo rake ukasakwanisa kaanokuziva kuti pamindi garai pansi handiti izvi hamuzvikwanise and you as a player futi kana usikazvikwanise ka don't force it muzi kuti coach is very heavy metal in I can anokuziva kuti bo gara pansi ounzi anogona zve heavy metal. That's why Sadio Mane became a star. Sadio Mane is a heavy rock ndo zvake from Southampton mainyatomona uyu and then pakazoenda kuLiverpool ka mafitness levels awedzerwa ka vakomana vaitambudza vanhu vakawanda mukanatamba kuti mashoti pasi kuti hanzi from here to there vaikuridzai musati mabvundu vachiva kuti masvika nguvai. So this coach Hansika, we don't know what he saw in Bonnie, but he definitely saw something that we don't know because we are not coaches. He's the coach. What we do is let's take his decision. He thought, okay, chitradza zvavamutorera izvo kuzoti hanzi division 8 akazodii vakomana ndo idzatongoungano madzatitaura ndongano takakula nanaboys hanti tichirwa makulayo ndongano idzodzeni.
Thank you, Komare. Welcome, young Malcolm. Wasvika tambozeya nyaya yaBonnie. I'll just contribute a little on the Bonnie issue. My thinking on Bonnie is we don't have that profile of a striker who's able to hold the ball. If I look at Prince Dube, he's not someone who's going to hold the ball with the back to goal and bring in his wingers to play. He's someone who plays off the shoulder of the defender, looking for through balls. If I look at the other one who's been selected, I think Junior Zindoga, he's also one of those who plays off the shoulder. He has got pace. Wadi, he's got pace. Musona, he was listed. Yeah, Navaya. Navaya is a lanky boy, and he's still green again in terms of international football. So he's not someone who's ndimba. So we don't have any other striker who's like Bonnie in terms of the national team. So I think that's why you would select Bonnie. Then number 2, the usual comment here, Kuti, why are the midfielders not supplying? And we don't have a playmaker. Looking at modern football, I've seen Kuti, most players who used to play as pure number 10s. I'll give you examples. We had Coutinho. Coutinho really shined between around 2010 to around 2015. But the moment Pakatanga pressing football, he went AO. We had Mesut Ozil, the former Arsenal and Real Madrid midfielder. He was a pure number 10. He was a ball artist. The moment this wave of pressing football came in, he no longer shined. Why? Because the new playmakers right now is not necessarily a midfielder, or it's not necessarily the through ball only. It's also how you win the ball up front and how intense you are. So it's no longer. I've just seen. I hear a lot of people talking about Gidiza. I really liked Gidiza a lot, and a lot of people say we no longer have a player like Gidiza. If I tell you Gidiza in this modern day, if he didn't adjust his play in terms of intensity and fitness, I don't think he would be able to succeed, because pure number 10s can no longer succeed in the modern game, especially if the playing style of a coach is like the modern play style, pressing and intensity. Anyway, Malcolm, are you ready? We had Zayad on Bonnie a lot, and we are just concluding on him. Can you? Yeah.
I mean, since you guys had already discussed, I'm not going to argue against anybody, because I don't know what people said. I heard like what Mr. Ray said only. So I'll just state my opinion, right? So to me, the call-up doesn't make any sense. Yes, we can talk about the profile, as you mentioned. You talk about him holding the ball. But I'll ask you this question, where did you see him holding that ball you're talking about? Because if you look online, this guy, we cannot see his stats. he's not playing. He's bench warming. So people talk about him so much. Oh, he's this good, he's that good, but where did they see him playing? The only time I saw him playing at the Warriors was at that Four Nations tournament. And that was 1-2 years ago. Time has moved. He's past that now. How would we know that he's still at that same fitness level?
He
So
proved it in the past 2 weeks.
In the training, actually.
yes. So who saw him proving it?
The coach.
The coach.
Okay. Malcolm.
Yeah.
Malcolm, I can quickly
Yes.
answer you on that,
Yeah.
and then you can
Yeah.
finish. I can quickly answer you on that. Yeah.
Yes.
Like
Yeah.
I've said to you, even though we were texting, so sometimes it takes long, back and forth and all that. Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
Right. Let's just say the coach just met Bonnie at the bus stop, and he asked him, "Well, do you play football?" And he says, "Yeah, I do play football." Okay, come on, then. Let's go and see what you're made of. No one has ever watched him play at all. Yeah.
Yeah.
He gets him onto the pitch. Yeah. And say, "This is my national team. This is my squad." Yeah. Do what
Yes.
you do. He gets them on a blip test. Yeah. Bonnie hits the numbers that the other players are hitting. Oh, we're using him as, like somebody he's just picked up from the road. He says, blip test. He hits the blip test. He says, we're doing A, B, C, D on the runs. He hasn't even gone on to the football part of it. He's just doing the physical shape because this coach kept on going on and on and on about the fitness, because of the style that he wants to play. Bonnie passes that. He's picked him up from a bus stop. He's never watched him play. And he says, wow, this lad is fit. Yeah. Now let's test him on the actual ball. Yeah. Where do you play? Oh, yeah. I'm number 9. Oh, okay. So what type of a striker are you? Oh, yeah. I'm generally a back-to-goal striker. Yeah. Oh, okay. International football now, you know what? You don't, unless if you're cute there and strong, you're not receiving the ball to fit, with those defenders and it sticks. Yeah. Is if you are these lanky players, that we have, like the Prince Dubes and all that, they can never receive the ball to fit and keep it. Yeah, it don't happen. So he's got this guy, who looks, a bit fit and all that. The ball is played to his feet. He gets his elbows out. Remember one thing, this lad has been signed by championship teams. QPR, the Charlton, and all that. Teams that's even played in the Premier League. He's been signed by those teams. Regardless of whatever happened then, for you to sit there and go in a medical and be signed by several of those teams means that there's something about you. But we're not talking about that. We are talking about now, because he's experienced, he knows something that I even learned from here, how you get your elbows out, get your chest out, the way that you're going to screen to make sure that the defender doesn't come anywhere near you. He does that. The ball comes again, he does that. Yeah. Prince Dube comes in, he gets cluttered. Yeah. All of a sudden he's thinking, I really don't know this lad, but there's something about him. And everything that is being asked to do, he's doing it right. Do you think a coach would care whether he's had stats or whether he's had, 10 games, in the last 2 months or whatever, when he's seeing what he's seeing? Because if he just put him on a pitch and he say play and he plays, he's good. And then he says, let's go for blip test. Let's test your fitness. And he sees his fitness is only getting as far as 5 or 10 on blip test. He's going to say, you're not fit enough, just like he's done with the other players who've been playing in the national team. They're not there because of fitness. So if this guy has passed fitness and he's passed, on the football side, what he expects him to, to do, whether he plays in Division 25, if he's done what the coach wants in his team, all these, things that we're talking about are irrelevant because the coach is going to say, this is my man. And you were not here when we were talking about gambling. This is where sometimes managers gamble. And you know what? Sometimes gambling pays, and sometimes it doesn't. But for what he is seen in training to keep him there means that he's passed the test. So all this that we're talking about, what could have been, he's played one game, he scored one goal, is irrelevant.
Kevin, also the other thing, if you look at the caliber of our strikers that we have, this coach Akaisa 6 midfielders, and of the 9 strikers that he has, the forwards that he has actually selected, Bill Antonio does not have frame. Ishmael Wadi does not have a frame of holding. Tawanda Maswani say his frame is 0. Daniel Msendami a little bit. Prince Dube, he can be pushed out of the ball. There's Anor Manya and Navaya, yes, but we don't know much about him. Then if you look at Junior Zindoga, so the only person who has got a frame that can actually match the frame of defenders, possibly Bonnie can actually bring out my elbows and then shield the ball, making sure that my midfielders can come in. So if that is the type of play that you would want, most definitely that guy will
listen. Zemura, figment of imagination.
Uripa mute,
we can hear you.
Unmute.
Can you speak, Al?
Yeah. I had Al asking you. I don't know to Al, can you hear us? I had Al saying that figment of his imagination. Yeah? But the problem is that it's not figment of imagination because the coach is seeing this on a training pitch. Whether Bonnie actually takes that onto the pitch, that's another matter. If he ends up being in the squad, we're going to see whether he can do it on the pitch. But for now, in training, and remember, in professional football, you don't mess about. I'll give you an example. Like when we were playing in Zimbabwe, there are certain players who, no matter how they train, they could choose not to train. They will still play because they had the name. Yeah. In professional football, if you're not training right, you're not going to play. So what you do in training is going to aid you into getting into the side. So if Bonnie is doing the right thing, that will give him a chance to actually be picked. Whether he then does well in a game, that's another story. That's for us to see. But it's not just about Bonnie. It's every single player in there, whether they're going to justify, the shit that they're being given. So right now, it can't be imagination. It's not. It's what the coaches actually seen. And that's what he's happy with. Bonnie might turn out, to be rubbish. But for now, what the coach is seeing, he's seeing what he wants.
Okay.
Let me answer you.
Still have anything?
Oh,
yes. Go ahead, Al.
Yeah. So, it's what you is, here's what I think, right? If Bonnie is to play the tournament, I'd say 80% chance to score. I really like that if he's a game time, going to score, right? However, argument was just call up lists. Like he deserved to be in that list, and I really feel like there might have been it's a questionable call because I know for a fact that Coach Mario in play his effects. Where did he see him play? You can look online right now, try to find where he is playing. We cannot find it. He's a bench warmer at the team that he's playing. So the argument, I'll just say it was to. However, what I saw in him, and so the Warrior, I'd like to say good luck to him. I would like to say good luck to him.
Gentlemen, can I answer this young man on that question? Where did you see him play? Young man, do you understand? There's a thing called technical team. You know the technical team. When a new coach comes in, and it doesn't mean every player is calling. He's watched them play. He's got a technical team. He's got an assistant coach and a team manager. You ask them, Kuti, can you tell me? We need strikers, okay? Al, we can't hear you. You're muted.
Yes, I hear.
I'll unmute
Yes, I hear
yourself.
you, yeah.
So he says, tell me the strikers that we have. Yes. You tell us the strikers we have. And then when these strikers come in, then
right.
The onus is on him to watch these guys and then make a decision. So you can't say Utakamona Kupia Chitamba. That's
all right. Let's let Al speak. Go ahead, Al.
Got enough to be alone.
Au panoda kuti achitaura manje achida kutora mapoints achaita manje inobva yaramba.
Kari munhu arondesa budi.
Inyema City.
Mike yako Al.
Yeah, it's. I think maybe it's the headphones or something.
Change the headphones, Al.
Yeah.
Can I? In the meanwhile, can I say something?
Yeah.
When a new coach comes in, it doesn't mean every player is calling his watch them play. The truth be told, most of these guys are not going to chitamba. But because there's a technical team, there are guys who will tell you, if this guy thought there was a lack of strikers in the team, and he asked his technical team, which other strikers do we have? And then one of them mentioned Boni. But see, this is where everything changes. He didn't watch him play. Someone suggested, and this guy came. And then as the coach, he watched him play good training. This is where he actually watched him. So you cannot ask Kuti, Akamda Zakamona Chitamba Kupi. Because I'll tell you, 90% of the time, these coaches that call these players, they don't watch them play. Listen. Let me tell you, young man, you have to be a coach. Are you going to be following every player?
No, but like I said, he doesn't have. He's playing Division 8 and he's a substitute, right? So when I say where did the coach
Division 8
play, right?
Division 8 England is far much better than Kwekwe United.
All right, but okay, my point was on this, right? I'm saying so. This technical team, maybe you're talking about, right? Are you telling me that they went to that Division 8 relegation fighting team
let me tell you something.
Like saw you,
Oliver? No, let me tell you something.
In training, they thought he was better than Prince who's a top goal scorer. Like, you think that's what happens? Because to me, it doesn't make any sense. Let me be honest, guys. You're telling me that like some from Zimbabwe actually this year went to I think it's called Maldon or something, and went to the training session. You saw him training and you paid AFCON tournament.
They also
I highly do not believe that. Which scout?
You know,
okay, OJ
platforms.
OJ, can I answer him on that? Do you understand that in football, sometimes reputation sticks? Do you understand that? So, if
yes,
so reputation sticks sometimes. So what happens now is, let's just say Malcolm has been a brilliant player, yeah, and we're struggling with the position that Malcolm plays. I have not even met you. Someone says, you know what? Malcolm, I'll call you, and because I'll trust you kuti ndone what you're made of, yeah. And I've not even seen you, I've not even scouted or anything. That happens in football, even at a higher level. Do you remember Ferguson? Do you remember a player called Bebe? You never watched him.
Yeah, I know Bebe. Yeah,
you never watched him. Yeah. He had not watched him, and he gave him a contract at Manchester United. Yeah, it didn't work out, but Ferguson akaenda ne-gut instinct yekuti audzwa chimunhu ichi chinoita sei chinogona kutamba. This is what happens. Sometimes things just happen for you in football. And you know what? For Bonnie, in this instance, he's a very lucky man. He's a very lucky man. But luck alone harina kumubatsira. Atora luck iroro achibhaisa work ethic and effort in there and what he could produce. That's what kept him. Iwewe for the last week or two, you've been concentrating on the ethics. Yaguti, who saw him? What are the stats? Why is he there? You know, whilst you're doing that, he was impressing more and more that coach. Yeah. Saka, now that your point is obsolete. It doesn't help in any way because the bottom line, you've been saying it for 2 weeks, but guess what? That Bonnie you're still talking about Division 8, no one has seen him, no scouts, no what.
That is there.
He's still part of the team that you probably could be rooting for.
Kev, can I take him with a very good example in Zimbabwe, the dream team? Probably you were not born then. Moses Chunga was a very good midfielder. A very good midfielder, undoubtedly one of the best. But when he went to when Fabisch assembled his team, I got to know Moses Chunga does not fit in the type of play that I want. Raman Gumbo came in and became a regular ahead of Moses Chunga, who never even kicked the ball. Jakanyanya Mutimi Fabisch. That dream team, even though I had Isa, but he never played there. So it also comes to the coach with what type of play does he want. And it also comes with a little bit of luck. Are you at the right time doing the right things? Should you want to coach at that particular time? So Bonnie, for me, is going to score for us and score more goals and even get a team that is going to buy him, courtesy of AFCON.
Can I use his? Yeah, can I use his own?
Varai Mike.
Can I finish this? I want to use his own logic. Malcolm, you know, Munetsi UST, USMT, you know, team in America, yeah, national team bora.
USMT, yeah.
Right. Giovanni Reina.
Yeah.
Giovanni Reina akapisa anditika. Giovanni Reina apera anditika. But akadaidzwa ku national team. And when it was needed the most, Kevi, when it was needed the most, guess who scored for them? Gio Reyna did.
Is it me or everyone is quiet?
Gio Reyna did. So now my question is, you know, I think we are like a dog trying to bite its own tail. Tramba chikutendera so. Kutanzi Janakamona Chitamba, did this coach watch him? You know, if you take that route, you are going the wrong way. Jokuti Makochi Zakawandaka. The truth is, Makochi Zakawandaka. Maybe the only guy who's watching his players play is that Hugo Boost, because I'm South Africa, they play in South Africa. Otherwise, Panona Lyle Foster Panotambaka maybe watches him on TV. Like we all do. Saka is would keep questioning where did he see this guy Bonnie Achitamba? But the point is this: Bonnie has proved himself to the coach training. This is a fact that we can never take away. That's why he's there. Ishma Wadi has proved to the coach, not to prove Gutano. He's proved that he can do what the coach is looking for in the players that he wants to take to AFCON. Not Gutano Gona because you see. Problem, I don't blame you. You know, America, so you're obsessed with stats. This is an American thing. Stats. This has actually destroyed football. Americans have destroyed football. I'm sorry to say, because stats have actually destroyed football. Because stats ukango guma bora, you know, bora kavana keeper, rikapfura nepauri rikanogoa, vakutoverenga stats, goal involvement. No, he was there. But we see things differently from Americans. But all I'm saying is, when you're looking at football, when you're analyzing football, you open your mind to many aspects with what's going on here. Like, why is this guy here? And if he's been chosen, it means good training ikoko. Kune zvar kuita zvikudiwa coach. That's why I selected him. And then on the point yekuti my closing point, my players arutama Zimbabwe is going regularly. Inini, I want to raise this notion, and I'm going to say this over and over until I start sounding like a scratch CD. Kwekwe United played 33 magames eZimbabwe mangani 33 34 vakawina one game. They won one game out of a possible 32. Vakawina one game. They lost everything. And some of these top goal scorers they were scoring against Kwekwe United. Are you following me? Are you following my thought, my school of thought? Are you following my school of thought? So what I'm saying is this. At times gatirakupa vanhu mbirika isipo. Ndakambota nya IB9 kuti IB9 anotamba musame league yoyi inenge inana Kwekwe United. And then zvanhu aiwa kana achigona IB9 ngaino division 8 yauri kutaura iwewe tinoona kuti anono kutraining chako chakanodzoka here akaenda kutraining yacho division 8. So Zimbabwean level
I'll also close my argument.
Okay, 30 seconds.
It's fine. I'll also close my argument. Yes. Like I think Mashi said, it's kind of an obsolete argument because he's already in that squad. So if anything, what I'll just say, the call-up was questionable, but if he has proved himself to the coach, well done to him. And I know, Mr. Abu, you like this. Good luck to Bon. I hope he scores. Thanks.
All right. Thank you. So we're just going to run down to the other sections of the, from keepers to defenders to midfielders to forwards, just doing the highlights, right? So on the goalkeepers, it was Rubich, Pezeze, and Mapisa. Do we have anything on these ones? Because these are the usual. Any comment on the keepers?
This is the West Zimbabwe guys to represent us for Africa. Sorry if my fans are understand the Shona guys. But this is the most weakest Zimbabwe to go represent Zimbabwe in AFCON. Keepers, I don't have a problem, but the defenders there, guys, I have a problem. Where is Zemura, guys? I don't see Zemura.
He's injured.
But I can understand maybe the coach is saying Zemura was not playing, but we need Zemura, guys.
Zemura is injured.
Especially on our midfielders, guys. There's a very big issue there, guys.
Who's speaking?
Because we don't have Marshall Munetsi. We don't have a good midfielder there, guys. Our midfield is very bad, guys.
Maybe
it's all. Whatever. It's not ow. Some.
Okay. All right. So we are good on the keepers and it.
Abo.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
I just.
Yeah. Go
oh,
on.
sorry. Yes. I just wanted to add that. On the. I feel like goalkeepers were good. It's unfortunate that what's his name? Prince Safire Musa, I think, from Dynamos. He had a brilliant season, and I feel like it was going to be it's something that maybe he was probably looking out for, the national call up. But yeah, it's a decent lineup, I think.
No, Ruta, the last part of the season, it ran out right from the start.
Because Dynamos was struggling.
No, they are better goalkeepers than him. The last part, yes, but not starting Pakatanga season. No. He was not the best goalkeeper. Even that guy Mose.
Mapisa.
Yeah, he's even the guy Weku Platinum. Ngezi Platinum.
Oh, the one who was playing in Canada. Darlington Musariran or something.
True.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So no much debate on the keepers, right? Okay. Then on the defenders, I've seen something interesting. Sean Fusire is listed as a defender. Usually he used to be listed as a midfielder, though he's playing as a wingback.
Now he's a defender.
Please. Okay, please mute until I finish. And then there's Alec Mdimo, who's been selecting, who's the new one. And then we have Mauchi, from Simba Bora. He's been flirting with selections, but he's been selected. Do you have any comments on the defense, guys?
Murwira.
Ari kuimba mani. Anoita kuimba.
Choir master.
Anoimba
Choir
ndiani?
master. Tsotso dzainadzo ndodzidawo inini. Because I'm telling you, kana kuno ane like face ya ane like rakaipa. Face ya. Listen, Murwira, I watched Murwira achibva ku, he came from a team yekumasvingo anti. If I'm not mistaken. Face ya ndo Piper airova bora. Let's not I'm not going to take that away from him. Piper aigona pakatanga kupinda Piper. A season or two down the road, things had changed. God knows, maybe akupinzirwa morari. If that's the case, then I'm okay. But bora chaizvoka, we can't say he can fully replace Mpana Jalai right wing back yakwe. He's not as enterprising. He's not a right back who gives you confidence. Kuti arimo, you know what I mean? He doesn't give you that confidence. If you realize, every time we play and Jalai is there, Jalai ku right wing, ku right back. Mfana anonzanu mfana ku Scotland, arugwesa Scotland anonzanu. Mashanise kana Bill Antonio ariko. That flank is always live. That flank is always lively. You know why? Because vano coordinator avane vachistadha na kuti tikuita say. But kana choir master variko mawana nenga aripo. Choir master haini nangu
aibonde ndeve bench apa. Musavatyire ndeve bench.
But afana ngatomboriko tufana kunge takaendesa mumwe.
He impressed in training, as you were saying.
Right, if that's the case, yes, okay. If impressed in training, then it's okay. Because it would be unfair for me to say why I end up much. If impressed with training, then it's okay.
Okay. Then any comment on Fusire? Yeah.
Sorry, one I don't go to Arab. Yangechi kata banach don't go to inini. I believe with mfano you. Our future number one goalkeeper. Mfano yeah, with Brentford, yeah. He looks the part. You know, with what I've seen of him, you know, the goalkeeping attribute. Every time I see him, I see the South African goalkeeper. You know, Ane style, South African goalkeeper. And in an ideal world, you know, I would have wanted him to be there for experience. You know, not necessarily that he was going to play, but you know, being there, you know, the Theo Walcott effect, you know, just feel, you know, because you've got to feel it, you know, that I'm here, and you know, but because it's very important, you know, but to get to that position. So the next time that he would have gone, then he would be, because what are the chances of the third goalkeeper playing? Next to none.
No, dziripo baba vamwe vacho vati vifambe mchana.
No, not in AFCON there. No.
Go,
Jay, you muted.
I was saying, I think he's right, because Arubi is old. So if anything happens to Arubi, it's highly likely that a third choice goalkeeper can even play.
Kana chipezezo wacho abaya.
Do you know OJ? Do you know kuti izvi? You know, this is the problem yatinayo ku Zimbabwe. You know, yekuti kanzi Arubi is old kanazo dai. Mfana Malika should have been kept vapakatanga paipa yanditi. But Nice nezvigananda somewhere. Vakapinda zvikana Nice ngatanga amboita first choice ku Brentford. You are asking a kid who's barely 21 to be first choice with Brentford. Iwewe master players they can't even play in South African Premier League. But you're asking a kid who's 21 to be first choice before you call him back. You see, this is mentality zodzidzika. This is what I'm saying, mentality guys. Inandidzide kubora so. Mfano yaka, I'm telling you, I don't know him, I've never spoken to him, I don't know Taura naye. I'm telling you, somewhere in his mind, he must be having second thoughts about Zimbabwe with the way treatment yavaka meeta yaya. Because you don't do that to a kid like that. Mfano we are at every call, we are whether better training chichichi, but you could tell he's enjoying being here for his country. You could enjoy, he's enjoying, you know. And I'm learning from Washington. I'm learning from Washington. Because of that mentality, they should have kept him achingoya, like Kevi says, achingoya. Because Mfana is our future. Let's not lie to each other. Mfana is our future, age-wise, and the level yarutamba. But no, but apinda, and we love this line. Arutamba kupi. We love like Malcolm Markuya nayo.
Statistics, are statistics, Malcolm.
Statistics.
Yes.
And Malcolm ka do ane punch
Yeah.
kusoro kumapochu. Arutamba kupi. Nis for a coach. This is why I realized kuti Niska something is off. Pakatanga kuti he needs to be a first choice goalkeeper. That's when I realized in first week he's gone. He's no longer there's the coach independent thinking. Why would you ask a kid like that could ite first choice keeper with Brentford? And that time I Brentford ndopa ya pisa. And look at the keeper was brilliant. And then you say that kid. No, you as a coach, that was the wrong statement to bring out on a player your team. Just tell him no, when his time comes, he will take over. Rowan Atkinson, Rowan and keeper South Africa.
Rowan Williams.
Yes.
Rowan Williams.
Rowan. You know Rowan akatanga sub 1 why tumele nkuna anditika. But vaingo chichengeta ipapo. They never said chingon's time yako ichauya. And he kept on because he wanted to be number 1, he kept on improving himself. Pachakazongopinda pamapango payapaya kusvika chifesi chachikoka chachapaka hapana wakipa anopa pinda payapaya. This is what we should have done with Mali. But no, takada kupinda chimastare chigara ndati ngatanga boita first choice with Brentford. If that's the case kavamwe vese ngatanga boita ma first choice kuma teams awo. Tozotanga wadaidza. We can't have that kind of mentality coming from coaches. But in Fana is the future. They need to start calling that boy back.
Yeah, after AFCON Anozo.
Yeah. So we've got a comment from the audience. Anzi Chipezeze is not good at all. I'm going to let you come in, Malcolm. I just want to go to the next one. On the highlights of the defenders, Fusire, Mauchi, and Mudimu, I think those are the new ones from the usual squad. Any comments there?
Mauchi has always been there. Mauchi has always been playing. Ishanesu has always been there, but has not been used. Akangoshanswa, I think, South Africa during the COSAFA, and he's actually been doing very well for Simba Bora. And you can actually see Kuti when he was not there, Simba Ishtamba, they were actually shaky at the back. And he's fairly young. He was to Barcelona Academy, I think Spain, as a midfielder, then turned by Ndiraya, from what I know, turned by Ndiraya to become a defender. And from that day, he's now a defender. And I think he still has edge on his side as well.
Okay. So I think I see now why he's a bit different from most local defenders, because he has a bit of a ball playing quality and he's got a body. So that's why he came from Spain.
He's about 2 meters, I think. So he was actually a midfielder. Actually, captain, I think, where Barcelona was up something. But I still remember watching him playing against Atletico Madrid under 19. He was the captain of the under 17, under 19s then, before COVID, before going back to Zim. Yeah.
Okay. Any comments on Mudimu?
Malcolm.
No,
I'll say.
For
Mudimu, I actually like. I like it. Okay, I'll let Kelvin go. Go.
The way that I see football, yeah. I'm one of those people. I know sometimes the unexpected, yeah. I'm a very kind of an unexpected person. When people think we've seen this before, we've seen it before, and this won't work, or he was with us, for a long time, and all that. Sometimes I then don't concentrate on those people, on the people saying that. I concentrate on the person who's being talked about. Sometimes we don't realize, what the mindset of players and how he's thinking, because he knows these things being said and how much he's psyched up, to actually say, let me prove you, that's, you're wrong. And players like Mudimu, especially when you're playing, at the back or as a defensive midfielder, because I know he plays as a midfielder as well, yeah. And he could turn out, to be a steady rock, and all of a sudden you hear the people criticizing him. every time now they're going on. You know what? Yeah, we've got to have Mudimi at the back there. We have to have Mudimi at the back. Football is funny. Football is so crazy, sometimes it enter, and I always trust, that those players, when they're called upon, they know that everyone is watching. When they know that everyone is watching them and waiting for them to fail, that pushes them their levels, to try to do well. So I was watching, I looked at Mudima and I looked at even his physique. You can't help but, you look at the physique of a player, especially when you're playing at the back nowadays, and I thought, you look the part. You look the part. Hopefully, looking the part will then complement, what you're going to do on the pitch. Yeah, because it's easier for defenders to actually come back into the side than midfielders or attackers.
Yeah. Go on, Malcolm.
Yes. So, I watched Zimbabwe play the campaign, the World Cup qualifiers campaign, right? And
can you hear Malcolm? I can't hear him.
Can you hear me? Okay. All right. Yeah. Cool. Yes. So I was saying I watched Zimbabwe. I watched the Warriors play the World Cup qualifiers, and one thing I realized is our defense. We do not have someone who has command. It's not defender no popotsera vamwe. It's not defender no, anoudza vanhu, even let's say like from a corner kicks to track defender. All the time it was Washington Arubi doing that, and they have once. Sorry, when Alec Mbimu was like his first call up, he kind of came the same way Bonnie just did. He came for tryouts, but Sunday Jizambo was impressed by his just like the way he commands, kungotaura taura big folk everywhere. So I really actually, as a matter of fact, I actually like call up yake yavakamitira, because team then I'll give him the advent. He's even more vocal than Nakamba. To be honest, he's more vocal than that whole squad, except Washington Arubi. A player like that, yeah. Well done. Yeah.
My unpopular. Sorry, my opinion.
Yeah, I don't know if
My
anyone
unpopular
can hear me.
opinion.
Yes,
Sorry,
we can
Al.
hear you now.
2 seconds. Unpopular opinion. Mudimu is better than Hadebe. I'm sorry to say, but I think he's better than teenage Hadebe. You can go and debate with yourselves, but I'm telling you, I think he's better than teenage.
So go ahead, Al.
Yeah.
We've been waiting for you.
All right, I understand Utangra Papi because I missed a lot.
We've been discussing the defense. We've discussed the coming in. We've seen Sean Fusiri has been listed amongst the defenders. We've seen Mauchi. He's been in and out, but he's in now in the squad. Then we have a call-up for Mudim after some years of not being called up. Then we discussed Muruira. Some guys are saying he doesn't really add value except Kuimba. So do you have any comments on the defense?
You see, Murwira ndivo vanhu vaya vanonzi ane zita rake harina zodzo. You see, that guy takaona kuti he can play as a center back. He displayed qualities dzekuti anogona kutamba as a center back. Not only as a center back, he can play right back, which is his usual position, but he can cover per center back. As a coach in a squad, you want people like that. You see, as of Nyaya Sean Fusiri Mataura, Sean Fusiri, I think because it's a shortage of defenders, because Zemura could not go. So I think it made sense to add another defender there, since he's playing for his club, he's playing as a wing back anyway. So it was a reasonable switch. Then Mauchi, is it Mauchi? Mudim.
Mauchi, then Mudim.
Mauchi, I don't know much about that guy, but so I'm gonna leave him there. just gonna speak about Mdimu. I think is a good addition. You see, we need players like that. Mdimu. You see, because Papa central defense bye. Apasat pa apana muna except Munashe. Apana muna claim a position here kuti this is mine. Hadebe askurakidza ngirikiri. I mean, I can say the jury is still out on him. Asata I claim my position here to be entirely his. So we akapiwa chance kananzani Mdimu one day, one game. I'm sure anobvisa anotorera mufeso yaJazz. So teta ane partnership yekuti either Mdimu na Munashe or Mdimu na Galloway. But since Zemura asiko, Galloway can play left back. You see, so he can cover Lunga. So that's all I can say about that defense. It looks good. There's nothing too much to criticize about. Or I think just praise.
Yeah. And I think it's well, Pane, one player that was mentioned, in front of Sheffield Wednesday, Fusire. Yeah. I think sometimes as well, you don't need to read too much into where he's placed him in the list, because he could still play him as a midfielder, but he's an option as a defender. Just like, Musona has been put in the midfield, but he could still play him up top. But it's a case of when you have utility players, you can fit them in certain our positions, but you know that at any game you're going to need 11, and 5 subs. So you could play them in either of the positions. So like you mentioned, with Muruira and Dinyatum Fila Angu, but my utility players are not that lucky the coach you cover 2-3 positions. You more likely want to have you than have someone and number one position yet when it comes down to it.
No. So besides, if we move on to midfielders, besides Mave and Andy, Renault Mota, and of course Musona, all the other midfielders are quite young. Do you think we're going to have any problem in terms of inexperience, or we are going to actually gain in terms of energy and intensity per selection now? Jonah, Padera, and then Chirewa in our midfield? Are we thin? Are we okay?
I think we are all right.
I'm happy with that midfield.
Because Ugatarisa, the last time he played, the last games that Takatamba my internationals, Makatamba both games were fun. See, at one time Makatamba na Padera, the other Padera na Fabisch. Then the second half was Pinza Fusire na Fabisch. So he already knows them. He has seen them in Mashtamba Bora, like in a live match. Not good training. Do papa ine nyaya yangu yandachitaura kumngirikiri panabhoni. Yodanzi ndakamuona ku training. Is he match fit mufesi uya yekuti anotamba bhora 90 minutes. But anyway, the coach decided that, so we leave it at that.
He was fitter than those who were training with him.
Says who?
Says the coach.
No. We don't know Akasaruzirwa na coach on the basis of fitness.
Yeah.
Saka, we cannot say coach Akamsaruzira fitness. That's speculation.
Okay. So what
about fitness is part of the coach is not going to look at one thing. He's not going to keep you because you are very good or keep you just because you fit when you're not good. It has to be both.
You have to be match fit also. You have to be match fit also. Unofana bhora 90 minutes.
Bona adiwa kumana, but anyway, let's move on.
Unofana bhora kutonzi kuti unogona kupedza 90 minutes.
Zangalewa is not happy. Zangalewa asifara. Anyway, Zangalewa it's per midfield, I'll tell you, the future looks bright. Per midfield, because with time we phase out Nakamba. My replacements they're already there. Ana vakatogara navo mu camp right now. It's terrible. My worry is Renault Motaka. Eventually we need to replace him, but don't replace Anani. We need a guy in the caliber. You see, Kevin Bota has range changers. You know, slang yatiri kutaura munoinzwisira kuma slang yekudhara njenjas ndikunyepere kevi njenjas means courage under
njenjas
fire
dzinozikanwa nevashoma
kuti chi uri wapinda mubox ka wapinda muhondo muyamyaka paunosumudza gumbo so vese achifunga kuti uda kurwa ndandika unobva waritsika vanhu vanosvetuka vanhu vakabharabhara mantaiti nemandaweka ndokunzi njenjas chiari kubata and is that kind of a bowler and ukamupa bhora ka it's like he's never in a rush and he never panics makambozona izvozvo that guy is always calm we need a player who's that calm mfana chireva ka I like mfana wayo I don't know mfana wayo is just built different akatye so even akarambosimba ka but akatye manje and kanofunga da kuenda kumberi akana pfungwa dzimwe karamba kachingoenda advance kushuga so we need someone like Andy who can then pass the balls around but the future is safe nafana the future is safe tikabvisa zvigananda musoro ukako zvichida kudaidzira mastats and toisa vanhu vebhora chita fana the future is safe
okay so in terms of match fitness sorry Malcolm before you come in it's actually your question we've been talking about match fitness a lot we've got these selections we've got Nakamba definitely he's not been match fit I think he's played only 190 minutes this season we've got Andy he joined Reading I think this past month so in terms of your definition of match fitness he's not match fit are you worried?
Yes, I am worried. That midfield to me is weak. It's not weak, but just in case of, let's say, one injury, if Marvelous Nakamba is to get injured, or Ndiri, especially Ndiri Nomota, if Ndiri Nomota is to get injured, we're playing against Egypt. 10 minutes in, and Ndiri Nomota gets injured. I feel like the tournament campaign is doomed. Why? Because I like Jonah Fabisch, I like Padera, but right now they're not at that level yet of competing against teams like Egypt or even an organized South Africa. Angola,
why do you say they are not yet at that level? Why do you say they are not yet at that level?
We can look at the playing in 3.
Have you watched? I've been following Jonah Fabisch in the past few weeks and months. I've actually watched where he plays. I've actually watched his team. Have you seen it? How do you compare it to Zimbabwe?
So I watched that. Like, so he scored like last week. I watched highlights of that. I didn't watch the full 90 minutes. I'll be lying. I did watch the highlights. And like I do like Jonah Fabisch, right? But like just going back to my point, I do not feel like, okay, for example, like I'd say, if Marvelous Nakamba and Ndiri Nomota were to get injured, I do not see a stable midfield with Jonah Fabisch and Padera
Gerald Takwara
competing against Uma Mamush, Mohamed Salah. To me, that's just not.
No,
that is not realistic.
So you think Nakamba and Nomota are that?
No, I do not think that. But when it comes to, I think someone had mentioned experience, right? This is where I put in something like experience. I really feel like for every game that we're going to be playing at AFCON, we need, I'll say either or. Yeah. Nakamba and Ndiri Nomota.
Malcolm, I want to remind you that Gerald Takwara is a makeshift defender, but his position is a defensive linkman right from the start. Platinum and everything. Fusire can move even to the midfield to cover up for that. Divine Lunga and Fusire, they are more or less can actually play that cameo role.
Mudim is playing as a midfielder.
Yeah.
Mudim is playing as a defensive midfielder.
Yeah. So you see, we have got more people who have actually been assigned as either defenders or strikers, and yet their position is actually in the midfield. So I think even if they're actually thrown per midfielder, they won't even struggle to find space because they've been playing that position for a long time.
Okay. Any
Yeah.
more comments on the
Well,
midfield?
yeah. I just wanted to say, if that is the case, then we are pretty solid. If, like you said, if Mundimu is can play as a midfielder, and if yeah, I know Takwara. Like I remember his days at I think it's FC Platinum, right?
Platinum, yeah.
He was playing. He used to play as a central defensive midfield. However, that call up too is a big questionable to me. I won't go into it, but
Go
I
on, go on. For this one,
General,
go
no, General.
on.
that guy is not stable at all. I can, even he's not stable as a CB, and playing him as a defensive midfielder in that line now. That's yeah, I don't know about that. But the midfield is good. Yeah.
Malcolm, I understand your take on him as a CB. In as a CB, Antika, I don't really have confidence in Gerald Antika. But and this is a but in capital letters.
Yeah.
But CDM, Gerald is as solid as they come. Gerald is fearless. Gerald akafunga kuti ndakunopinda apo kapo. Hachifunge katu chiri kuuya and chakasimba manje. And let me tell you, indoda ma die hard. Listen, inini I don't know. Indoda ma die hard. If you're a die hard player andika, if ukafunga kuti ndakunopinda apo kapo and unopinda because udazofunga kuti ndikazodaidaiga Gerald but see could defense is make mistakes, so he's not a defender actually. He's a defensive mink. He cleans up the mess pakati paipa. Gerald pakati paipa let me tell you achikafunga ndakunopinda achikafunga Sala ndakwenda naye panzeka vanobuda vese umwe achino kuchipatara icho chienda red card. Gerald is that type of a guy. I will trust Gerald more ari pa defensive link.
And I will say something. There's something that we're ignoring as well. When we're talking about experience, experience alone doesn't play football. There has to be a balance, because if you're going to press, you don't play a midfield full of experienced players when you're trying to play a pressing game, because they won't have that energy. That's so you are kind of undermining the part that's going to be played by the young ones who've got the energy. And for me, especially someone like Fabisch, you do not realize how that kid is wanted in there for what he does on the ball and off the ball as well. But he would need, like you said, he would need a level-headed player next to him. Because if he's playing, say he's playing with Mave, because he's not exactly as fit as he should be, Mave has got to be disciplined. And if I say disciplined, you don't get out of that center circle. You know what I mean? I'm not saying literally out of the center circle, but you have to stay as central as you can and let Jonah then go and press with the other midfielder. So you probably could end up having a Mave, Renault Motor, and Jonah kind of midfield. I think, it will work where Mave actually sits, and these two, they are then the ones who are, pressing and also, causing gaps, on the flanks. Because if you just have, let's just say experienced players, let's just say, for argument's sake, you just decide to have Musona, Knowledge, and Renault Motor and Nakamba saying we're looking for experience. You'll be battered. You'll be battered. Yeah. So you've got to understand how, those kids come into play. And I think I've never made it a secret, on how much I like, Fabisch, because that kid, we talk about age and say, oh yeah, they need experience. That boy can hold his own by himself. He doesn't even need, anyone to, to push him, because the brain, there's an important thing that people miss in football, which is football intelligence, right? I'll tell you something. The most brain dead players in football are the skillful players. Yeah, because the most skillful players, many a times, you tend to see that is the final ball that they struggle with. Is the fundamentals, all the other fundamentals that they struggle with. But beating someone or making a skill and all that, they're great on that. Yeah. But you have Fabisch, who I remember one of his best games. Some people actually say that he didn't play well at all because they don't understand, how what that kid is playing. You're not watching him. You're not watching what he does off the ball. Yeah, which was crucial for us, in that win, against Algeria. That kid, he was blocking pass like nobody else in there. But people who are looking, they're just thinking, oh, but he's not been on the ball. He doesn't have to be on the ball all the time. But it's what if you go and press in a certain way that you force a pass to go the opposite direction to where it was supposed to go, you've done your job. You've actually played football without touching the ball. So now people get excited, like I even mentioned, last time I mentioned Denver. People get excited about these players, who are skillful or who do these funny tricks and all that, and then the whole ground, is shouting. Have you ever wondered something? Who are the most skillful people in the world? Ball jugglers. They belong to the streets. Yeah, they belong to the streets, the ball jugglers. They never play football. There's a reason why, because they don't have the full football intelligence. Who is one of the most football intelligent players who has ever played football, and people don't think much about it? Roy Keane. But you know what? You know what Roy Keane did? You never saw him dribbling. Pass and move, box to box, and he was brilliant at that. Patrick Vieira, yeah, nothing fancy or anything, but they had the biggest brain, the biggest intelligence, yeah. And now in Zimbabwe, we have to start understanding football. That it's not just about these funny flicking tricks and all that people do. Learn to understand the game and see what players are doing. In this squad. There might be kids, there might be, older players as well. We've got to really start giving them, that sort of respect and leeway, and also hope that this coach is going to place, the players in the right positions and do the right thing. Because I'm actually optimistic about this squad, if I'm being honest.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's going to be great. Yeah, go on.
A quick question. You did allude to it earlier, but I can confess that I'm a bit worried that whoever wrote this squad list put Musona on the midfielders because of the nightmare that I had with Musona as a midfielder with knees.
Yeah. I think Musona, for me, I think he's put them Musona because if you look at the list, many a times when you see a list, yeah, you don't see that many strikers, yeah. I know that you still have to trim it, but you don't see that many strikers. I think that's the reason why he dropped him into midfield. But actually, if you think about it, if we want, back to goal strikers, we've got two, Musona and Bonnie. They're the only two who can do back to goal. If we try to do that, and then maybe have the Chirewas, the Maswani say, running off him. So I think Musona could be used as a utility. But I don't know. I'm not sure about that, but he could be used. Fusire could be used, as a utility as well. Even Takwara, it could be used as a utility. So I'm not going to read too much into how the coaches sort of put them in those midfield, defense, striker until we start playing.
Can I just say something? Because if you look at the team that we have at the moment, half of them after the Africa Cup of Nations are going to go, and we're going to be left with the Fabisch and the Mali. If you look even at the team, the first two, Washington, Elvis, they're going to go. They're going to retire. We'll be left with Mapisa. Mali comes in. God Murguira is going to retire. Jalai is going to stay. Fusira is going to stay. Munashe Garanganga sometimes retiring. Ishanesu will stay. Galloway for some time. Hadebe retire. Alex retired. Divine Lunga retired. Navilas retired. We're left with Fabish. Rene Mota sometimes. Prosper, he stays. Knowledge Musona retire. So you find that we are going to maintain at least a sizable youth that is going to make sure that our team is sustainable.
Yeah, that's true.
Yes. Pretty much that was my point too. I only have a concern, like I had said, just in case of an injury from, let's say, a Marvelous Nakamba gets injured or Ndiri Nomota gets injured, I do not think the young players are at that level yet, to compete with the Mo Salah, Uma Mahmoud, However,
Padera arushatambira kupi kwa Malcolm?
Mo Salah, Liverpool.
Padera arutambira kupi?
Padera.
Sweden. I think Sweden or Finland or something.
Finland.
So you tell me kuti munhu arutambira Finland cannot actually match in a game like this?
I'm yet to look at his stats,
Malcolm.
But
there's something.
I'm not. I want to say this. Let me add a disclaimer. I want to add a disclaimer. I want to add a disclaimer, right? Yeah. I'm not questioning their collapse. I'm just mentioning concern. I feel like it would have been nicer if maybe we had added like one more experienced midfielder. But I like do like Padera. I'm a fan of like maybe someone, maybe like Abu Bakar Mofat or something. He has played. You look, Abu Bakar Mofat has played in Spain. He has the experience. He has the European experience you're talking about.
Can I add something?
It's so
Malcolm.
Yeah.
Do you know what they saying something?
The zeal of youth.
Quiet.
Malcolm, do you know what they call the zeal of youth? You know what they call the zeal of youth?
What is that?
Zeal of youth, you see, they come up versus Egypt and Itka. And then Zwanzi Marvelous Akwara. Zwanzi Padera Pinda. You see, because he's a youngster here, Fungo yake he's got this zeal and vati. Yeah, nasikuvana ziveka uifesa anonzi Salah dambodila naye uyu. See, that zeal Salah haritambi dero ndokutaurira haritambi. Because that zeal pushes him so much, adrenaline inenge chimpomba so mfana zvoti panozopera bhora panozodzonzi iwo unoziva zvanga uchita anogona kuti chii changanchita. That zeal can take over. So it's okay. It's okay. Don't worry about hanzi vadiki what you go from boys to men. It only takes you 2 seconds to grow from a boy to a man. You grow up and you get in there. Now
you do not realize how much mentality psychology plays in football. It drives you. Any player who's really worth their salt, they've thrived on that. So that pushes you. I would say in my whole career, I don't remember having a bad game against a big team, because you know what, I lied to myself, but I actually believed it. I was always the best player on the pitch in my head. Not that I am, but I'm saying there's no one who's better than me on this pitch. And I'm playing against a big team, and I'm thinking, you know what? This player is well known for this ABCD. You're not doing that today, not with me. But probably on the next game against a weaker side, you might see me struggling. But against, the big time, because you're thinking, that's where I make my name. So these players, to think that you're coming on, playing against Salah, and can you imagine the incentive you get from marking Salah out of the game?
Fair enough, but like it's just concern, but I really like Padera. I'm a fan of his. I like Jonah Fabisch too. I think I actually know the game you're talking about, where you're saying. People were saying he had like a bad game, but that was one of his best games. I shared the same thoughts as well.
Do you know when what's his name, Fana Chirewa achangotanga kuya national team, I think one of the first games was versus South Africa. The way that kid came on, scored the goal, and then he turned with defender away, the Sundowns here. The first thing one of the South African commentators said, the first thing he said, akati yadlala lentwana kuti anotamba mfana uyu vangomona 5 minutes because kakari fearless kachangopinda. His mind was driving him kuti it's my country, ndichangouya, I want to show them zvokuti South Africa, it wasn't in his head. Aingofunga even pa game reNigeria pakapinda by default pai akagweza you can tell that he's being driven something in there. So vafana vaka yes vafana avo and kutaura zvekuti experience wawawa ngatimbovasiyai ndokudzidza kuti utange kufamba yomaoko muzomhanya ka wakatombogemuka iwewo ukaita zvironda hanti ukazodzimara ukaziva kuti handifanhi kudonha hanti that's how he ended up running and walking. The same thing applies. Now when we come back to my flick and skills we don't have time for that. Vakomanaka my flick and skills, you see when Brazilians do it, it's part of their thing. My Brazilians vanokura chizvita anotozvita achitoenda somewhere achitoprogressa havangozvita for the fun. Isusu uyakatiteta ubva vatati asipaka South Africa vanonzi ndimufana uyu Mofo King. No, Mpana Mofo King of South Africa. He came when Mofo King came into Orlando Pirates. Munetsi thought that boy was destined for the greater heights. Anditi. Mpana akapera sata ashika. Because akatanga chipisa, the next thing is like he fell off a cliff. Or because vanoti chichi. Coach we Pirates akaramba sakaziva kuti hapana kwandiri kuenda nimfana uyu. And then he put my midfielders vanota say vanopusha bora. And then Busa akauya. Busa akati mfana uyu I like him but he's not doing what he's supposed to do. And they say the same thing about Loch. It's a Loch. Akapinda mano kanga the dynamics them team already. Both my midfielders angu, they are not playing the gallery, they are playing to advance. Ian got out because Loch. At least was Denver gaite matache and what van mopuru zaru dynamo school faro. National team ka
Azina sport Denver.
Achina Denver ku national team trikudana padera nana Jonah uti control pass ndiri kutoenda ati kana whether you think the second andina azina basa I'm doing the basics control pass and protection here bora that's it.
Yeah. Ray, that team is actually pana it easy to motivate. Go to pana. Wachisa imadinga, wachisa Mosala, wachisa. You was not gonna basa. Ramba uchingomhanya chera akatora bora mutandanise kusvika zvadi. I tell you, yadhumie kunzi kwakwara akwa ndinewe panapa ita boti
zvakomando zvoti pano sabura munhu achashaya zvekuita kuti aenda kupi achashaya zvekuita kuti
ndamunaye chete.
Yeah, you're definitely
right. Do you know Mubora ka akuna munhu anosota say a young player, a young person. And when I'm older, ndichitamba and I'm using my intelligence. Ukada kutamba bora neni uchite intelligence, I'll beat you. But the most annoying player Zunguman wokuti ukamubita ari kungodzoka futi achingomhanya anodai so is so annoying. So vafana manje ka nenyaya pressing it, they're so annoying because unomisa dei anodzoka futi. Umisa wodai so anodzoka futi to a point yekuti ka unozopeserawo manje wakutoona kuti ka arisi kutotambika panapa because vafana akufemera mugodzi. So that's the reason why vafana vazhinji now ukatarisa matimu akawanda they're starting to use vafana more than they used to because ana Musiala vaya kudhara kunana Bayern you wouldn't play at that age, you wouldn't. But now you know vakunotiza vafana bora rawanda and as well you've got to remember skill more bora now is more about athleticism. Yeah. So mazhinji avasi mafootballer ma-athletes akutamba now. So if it's athletes, you've got to have people who are willing to run through the brick wall for the side. And the good thing is that we've had a nice mixture of Bafana Nechi ne Madara, and that's why that I'm very positive and optimistic about this side.
Kevi bongo pedzisa PSG last season. Pedzisa PSG last season yapana. Kuti vakarowa vasi madinga.
Yeah.
because they don't stop. You know PSG. I remember this is the first time where I thought this is madness. I've never seen anything like this. You can't be playing at 100 miles an hour for 90 minutes. It's just physically not possible. But I saw that happening, Warner. So it tells you the importance yechi yevapana. Kudhara ndo pataiti unokwanisa kuti madhara akawanda muchiti experience. Now mukangoti experience yete munorowa because vapana pace yawanda mbora.
Kevi, look at the game re Liverpool ne Real Madrid. Vinicius aida kuti zvemaskiri Conor Bradley akapinda mugame ra knowing kuti uyu first week uyu ndiye ari kutariswa stereka handi aita akada kungomunzvenga anga asingaiti 2 steps chadzoka futi akadai chadzoka futi ende pese chingowina mabhora. Vinicius got so frustrated he lost it, he lost the whole plot because chimbana chaingodzoka age youth chaingodzoka achitena kuleft icho chiri kuya nekuright chomukwakuza oda kudai so akada kumhanya kuchomutera kusvika vatezona kuti mwanaka nhasi asi kubhadhara youth. There's something about youth kazvitona kevi iyo kada kuti azvideya kwada dobudobu achechikokutarisa achechikokudzokera in the end unotongoza mumina kuti bhara hapana zvandiri kuita apa saka we need this team we need that, we need these youngsters and from there on I pray and hope Zifa keeps this guy kuti aramba achingo build on these youngsters achiramba chingoenda even though hangu before I go pane one munhu even though age is not on his side and akakwara pane one munhu I had hoped he would have a chance to go munhu anonzi Timon Machope. I'm telling you it's so sad kuti akakwara but I was just hoping Timon would get a chance to go. Timon akaipa kuma Timon is a gunslinger. I'm telling you Timon is a gunslinger.
Yeah. Welcome back.
All right, thank you guys. Yeah, parutaurwa mashoko makuru. But however, pane nyaya yatisina kutaura. Nyaya yamunetsi. Chii chiri kuitika namunetsi. Nyaya sarutaura kuti ndiri fit, yarutaura kuti Ziva yarutaura kuti hanzi haasi fit. And as a result asiwa.
I've seen that article from the Herald. I don't trust the Herald.
No, he actually posted it on his Facebook page.
Did he?
Yeah, he did. If you check on Facebook right now on his page, he actually said this.
When did you post?
Today. Let me look at it right now.
Can I play the devil's advocate for now? Munetsi, his team said he's injured. Anditka. This ndovana nombadara. Anditka vakati akakuwara. Whether akakuwara or not is now up to the doctors the national team kuti vamassess and all that. Maybe Wolves iri kuti akakuwara kachinyeba just kuti asaende handiti
asaende
because it's in their interest, because it's in their interest, and then he wants to go because it's his nation. That guy is caught in a catch-22 situation. Munetsi is in a catch-22 situation. But being Munetsi and me being me, if I was Munetsi, I would force my way kwenda AFCON because my teams akawanda they don't respect my African players kuti vaine mateams avo kutambira nyika dzavo because varaita emphasis on their clubs, but when it's other European teams going varatoti vakomana vaende. So to me it's a bit of an unfair playing field. If Munetsi says he's fit, Zifa chop ngaise ma-medicals avo vamasese kana ari bo ngavatomutsvagira pekumupinza mfesu yayo izvo zvangopera zvakadaro.
Okay, I had not seen the post.
We need Munetsi kuya. Pane point yanga ichitaurwa naNgirikiri the young men yachitaura kuti most of our midfielders have an experience, but tine uyu aripo ane experience. He is as experienced as they come. So kana arutaura kuti ari fit, I say kuti ngaapiwe chance. Zifa ngaita sei ngaitumire madoctor amassess, but iye arutaura kuti he has reached out to Zifa. He tried to reach out to them, but aropiwa cold showed. Maybe because
I think you're forgetting something, Al. He wasn't in the 55, was he?
He was.
Was he?
He was.
Oh, he was. Yeah. Sorry, yeah. But is it confirmed that he's actually said that?
I've just let me read out the statement that he has released. I think the statement was released after we started recording.
Yeah.
So the statement is saying this earth as representing the Warriors has always been a dream, and wearing our colors is the greatest honor of my career. AFCON would have been even more significant. I had an injury recently, but my club Wolves communicated with the association. Wolves communicated with Zifa that I was recovering well, and Wolves even offered medical support to ensure that I could participate at AFCON. Unfortunately, I received no follow-up communication and decisions were made without clarity, speculation, which wasn't the case. While I'm hurt, My unwavering support for the national team remains strong. I respect the coach's decision and stand behind the boys wholeheartedly. I will always be ready to defend the nation I love. Go Warriors, go. About down God president wapindira.
Okay, so how I look at it. Oh, go on now.
nyaya iri apa ndeyekuti isusu tiri kufunga kuti zifa yachinja but zifa haina kuchinja. Iri kurakidza behavior, same old behavior yairakidza. Ngesi yezvigananda zvekuti iwo ukaita upset the system you are kicked out. Takazviona pana Fusire, handiti Fusire akareza nyaya yematickets, he was sidelined. Recently, prior to this, Munetsi akataura something about national team chaanga asingafare nacho, and we are seeing this behavior again. You see, so this zvinoramba zvichidzokorodzwa. So we need a change. We were hoping kuti pakauya with the new coach, things have changed. We've taken a step forward, but from what it looks like, we are stagnant. We are still on the same position. Hapana kwatamboenda.
But how do we say we're still stagnant? You know, because some of the things we can't just attribute everything to the coach. Because
I didn't say the coach. I say my point.
I'm saying there's stages in how these things happen here, and the thing you know, Ishiyama injuries as well, and because it has to be the coach who makes that decision, yeah, and not the executive. Because if Munetsi reached out, then they have to let the coach know that but they've reached out and all. My worry, which I've heard, from being around, sort of dressing rooms, is that many a times players want to play no matter at whatever cost, even if they know that they're really not good. I'll give you an example of Walter Musona. Yeah, the type of injury that he had. I've played football all my life. Yeah, I know roughly how much time it's going to take you if you tweak a hamstring or if you rip it. Yeah, you're not going to recover in 2-3 weeks, because what it does is, no matter how much you have, ultrasound, infrared, and then you're going into the gym and all that, it fools you. It makes you think that you're starting to walk, without feeling it, so it's fine. That's why you see sometimes players, they come back and they just make that funny run, and all of a sudden, he's coming off again. Yeah. So if it's a muscular injury, and the coach believes that someone just wants to play because they want to play because they love the game.
But Mushi, in this case, it's Wolves who are actually saying
Wolves doctors, they're saying he's fit to go.
Wolves doctors are saying he can come to
Wolves
AFCON
doctors
he can play.
From what you said Wolves doctors will help. Yeah,
so
they didn't say
they
didn't
helped.
say he's fit. Yeah, they didn't say he's 100% fit, did they? I'm not arguing. I'm trying to understand how it was put, because I was listening to what you said. The doctors would help to try to make sure that he'll be, let's say reasonably fit. Yeah. So that means he has the problem.
You might have a problem like that, Mushi.
Yeah, but why didn't Zifa check for themselves? My doctor is Zifa, aifana kumutarisa. But the fact yekuti they never made an effort to look at him. They never made an effort yekumureply, yekumpindura. It was just a courtesy yekumutarot. Marshall, you see, we are carrying a bit of an injury. At the moment, we think we have enough players. So we are just going to go with them while you recover from that. Tokisa pa 5 stand by. In case we need someone.
It's odd though. It's odd though, because you expect a player from Munetsi's caliber to, at the very least, where someone speaks to him here. Because Zunonzi, we are all the same, but some people are more equal than others. There's players who
exactly
they deserve that respect. Even if you have to give him as much chance as you can, Guti Arikavega. Someone like Munetsi is an exception. So
Exactly.
It's rather odd. It's
Yeah.
rather odd, you know.
Why would you carry a Chakuchichi when Munetsi has the possibility of playing even one game? If Munetsi is able to play the last game, how you
let's say
surely
for some
go.
let's say for some miracle tabuda ma group stages. Munetsi wacho anenge fully fit.
Yeah.
We are gonna need him.
But boys those don't necessarily bore after the right stories. And I hear you and I agree with what you're saying. And the funny thing about football as well, pamwe coach ane zvaari kutoona zvake unoziva mumwe coach anogona kutokudza kuti munhu anotambura ake Wolves but you know, for what it's worth nezvandiri kuda pamwe it won't really make that much of a difference. It's crazy, I know, but coaches can do that.
Yeah, coach.
Yeah.
And is this not the situation where you call the player directly? Won't explain the reasons why you left him out.
Yeah, that's what I said. That's why that is odd because Munetsi is a big player for. I think if you're dropping someone like Nakamba, Munetsi, Zemura, you know, players who've been there, you know, for a while, and the Mangoma defender, you know, and they deserve, you know, to be told something. You know, you have to say something to them.
You have to explain yourself. And in those akakonzera mosara noise yatinayo yese imbonza andina kuudzwa ndisendri pa bench.
Yeah. Yeah, that's
remember the vice captain wenyika.
In I would say if Munetsi, if there is any remote chance that Munetsi would be fit, you know, but then I would have considered that. But hopefully, I'm sure if our reporters, you know, when he has the press conference, if for what it's worth, I'm sure they will ask him that question. You know, then we'll probably, because you know, Nets are bored after sometimes. In fact, not just bored on anything. Hey, how many times have we said something with force? You know what? This is the case. I can't. But so towards one other side that Snowball Funga. Oh, okay. You know, so. They've got to explain, and they will explain whether the explanation makes sense or not, you know, but they'll have to, because this is Munetsi. This is not like just dropping someone who hasn't played for the national team.
You know, Mush, I have a problem with our reporters, unfortunately, because, you know, we had the Rakas in Saudi Arabia. Shinzi, coaches, Arutukama player, Zemura, is not come because Coach Arutukama player. Chirewa is going back to Wolves because Coach Arutukama player. Maswanise is going back to club because Coach Arutukama player. Then the journalists, they were given a chance to ask questions in Zimbabwe when we had that press conference.
And they didn't.
None of the journalists asked the question, Kuti, my Tukama player, what was happening? Yet it was a news story that they ran with for 2 weeks.
For 2 weeks.
Yeah, but no one ran with it. So I don't even know if anyone in that room is going to ask the relevant questions.
Yeah.
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 Yeah, it's really tricky.
I've got a strange feeling that Munetsi is going to come back, one way or the other.
Yeah. You think so?
That would be nice.
I think it would. Mm-hmm. I think now the issue has been exposed. So something will happen.
But
like, what's the due date for you? Like, when are the teams supposed to submit the teams to AFCON?
Registration.
Today.
Yeah, registration.
Oh yeah, yeah.
So is it possible for him to be called, let's say, tomorrow?
I don't think it's possible anymore.
I think I'm not going to end up a standby. The other 5 are not going to standby.
Unless if they did something about it today. Unless if they did something about it today.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. And unless if they can prove the person they are replacing is injured, then they can easily replace him.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
but,
okay.
At this stage, the final.
Do you know Bora sometimes kunema special dispensation and all that, and someone was injured. You know, it's high profile as well. You know, and someone was injured, and then they fit and is today when they submitted the list, and then they've been told, oh, he's fit, you know, he could play. You know, it's, you know, Anakafa Alangoita, you know, by the book all the time. Manobo bend that Mama rules somehow.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's right. Anyway, moving on to the forwards, I think the main talking point of Bonnie, we've covered it, but we've had Zindoga, who's been called up. I think if you're talking about stats that are liked by the youngster Malcolm, Zindoga doesn't really have stats. I think he scored 1 goal in a cup game this season, and I think last season he scored 1 or 2 goals as well, and then he transferred to the club that he's at now. So in terms of stats, I don't think there's anything there. Has anyone ever watched Zindoga? I've watched a bit, but has anyone have an opinion on Zindoga?
No, I researched in Grikiri about him, but I couldn't find a lot of stats. So I think, like you said, with only 1 goal in I don't know how many years for the national team. So it was strange with akasarudzwa, like vanhu vanotanga kuti I'm banging the door about Tando, but you see,
maybe
Tando
he's
knows
fitter
what he
than
can
Tando.
offer. Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
fitness. You were banging the doors about your fitness and fit.
And Wadi was just still there.
Okay,
Wadi.
yes. Wadi, which one is this? Oh, the other
Ishmael
guy
Wadi.
who Caps United.
Caps. Yeah.
Yeah. I think he's a good addition. We
But
are
no stats.
akanga ariko ku last AFCON, angasiri last AFCON.
He was there after
I think it
AFCON, but
was,
he was
yeah.
never called up afterwards.
Yeah. Aiwa. Ngatimboona kuti anoita sei. Anotanga ari pabench ozopinda provide some assistance of some sort. But wandasiri kunyatsonzwisisa mufana anonzi Tadiwa Nashe uyu.
Chakuchichi.
Adedzwa on what merits? Dzekunzi arikutambira ma-under 20.
No, not really. I think it's the Walcott thing. Yeah, go on, Malcolm.
Oh yeah, I wanted to say, besides the Walcott, I think you're talking about Chakuchichi is actually a good player. If you watch some of the Premier League games, he stands out. If you watch him play, he really stands out. I mean, like Scotland. Also, like you also he played like the under 17s, under 16s, COSAFA, blah blah blah. Like, let me just talk about the Zim Premier League, right? Chakuchichi is actually a brilliant player. He's one for the future. I can say that. If you look, like, tactically speaking, he has the IQ. I don't know where he got his grassroots, but they did a great job with him, and them calling him for AFCON, to be honest, that's a good decision. He's definitely one for the future.
You say bang on about stats. How many games has Chakuchichi played?
He didn't play many, but he actually, I think he has 2 goals or 1 in the Premier League. You play like 3 games or like 5 or something. Mind you, too, he's not a striker. He's a winger. Chakuchichi is not a striker. He's a winger, And my winger, if we look at that, the squad, my wingers are Tina Oche when they're happy. Anakuanda, and Chakuchichi is a good addition. And like I said, he's one for the future.
Wingers are Anakuanda.
Wingers right now.
Bill Antonio is a winger.
Bill Antonio
Tawanda Maswani says a winger. Chirewa is a winger.
Kemi Tawanda Maswani is a winger.
What is he?
What is he?
He's a white man who tucks inside.
He's a winger.
Yes,
he's a winger.
Okay, left winger.
OJ, I'll tell you something. We were talking about this young man and how he got into the squad, And I always like, every now and again tell you bits of stories, but it's a short one. It's a very, very short story, because what I'll be trying to do is try to sort of show how the mentality of coaches or managers work as well, and how sometimes you're just lucky in football. Yeah. So I was signed by Caps by Steve Kwashi. Yeah. It was a very difficult time, because there were so many players there. It was unreal. At one time, on Thursdays, we played 11v11. Every team in Zimbabwe which trained Thursday, it was called FA Day.
FA.
Yeah.
FA.
Yeah. And on that day, I wasn't even in the 22. So we had 22, and then there was like 5 of us who sat at Railton on the Juro, sat on the Juro, and it was cold and all that. I didn't even start there. So automatically, I've ruled myself out. For that week, I'm saying I'm not in. I wasn't even chosen there. So now you make sure that everyone plays. So probably the last 15 minutes or so, we came on and I scored 2. So, after training, we'll stand by the center circle, and he starts announcing names now, and you go to one side, yeah? They will announce 18-man squad. Yeah. And I was actually looking at where I'm thinking, you think you just had your 15 minutes, yeah, you scored 2 goals, but it's nothing. You're not in there. You're not even counting yourself. And Blastivo just said, Kevi, go that side. Yeah, but this is someone who I didn't even have belief that I would. But see how this happened. This is how I got to have my first starting 11 game at Caps United. There's 18-man squad. We were going to Kwekwe. Yeah, we went to Kwekwe, and 4 players were in a car. Alois Bunjira, it was boys from Chitungwiza. Alois Bunjira, Dila, Lloyd Chitembre, and Stuart Morisa. Yeah. They had a breakdown because we had traveled on the bus. That was my first game that I started for Caps United, and I scored 2-1. We won that game 2-1. From then on, I was a first-team player. So do you see the logic now? It's sometimes things just happen. Things just happen. A coach can just take a liking to a player. And in this instance, like that boy, we could say, but how did he end up, being in the AFCON in our squad and all that? Things happen at training pitches that me and you are oblivious to because we're not there. That boy could have been murdering everyone there. He could have been killing them on that wide. And the coach thinks, this boy, he's fearless. He's young. I might just chuck him in there last 5 minutes against Egypt, and he will do a job for us. That's how football. So football is never as straightforward as we want to make it sound. Sometimes, decisions happen just on the whim because it's not like there's any genius to that. Sometimes, the methods there are actually coming from a madness point. So yeah, that young man. It could have been his day. Probably he's not been doing as well as he should, but on one day he just impressed the coach and he's thinking, I can't let him go. That's it.
Yeah. Hopefully it works out, and hopefully it becomes another Theo Walcott and over 50 caps for us, and we'll get to enjoy. But I just
Theo
hope it was not
mabhora mangani for England.
He wasn't really a prolific striker, but playing for England for more than 50 times, I think it's an achievement. Is it not?
It is. It is. Like I did say about.
Mufanawo mabhora yawo mara mufanawo.
But I'm hoping it was not a Chikananda pick. That's my only hope.
I don't know. I don't know. Anyway, look, all the best, like all the best, the young men. There's nothing much.
I honestly feel like maybe Gananda could have been involved in the call-up, But when it comes to making the squad, I think Marinica actually saw him playing. That kid, maybe if you can go on YouTube, you can actually watch some of the games. He featured. He's fearless.
Do you know there's a kid? There's a kid.
He's definitely one for the future. I'll say that.
There's a kid.
I'll say that.
Something.
Vusingwenya.
Magita. Magita. They are the same thing.
Oh, I also wanted to add. He got signed. Rock Nations, the agency. What's more?
Oh yeah. There's an agency. But
she Rock Nation.
Rock Nation. The reason why I'm saying that is because he's also a what you call a market player. So just by him like making it to the squad, Mush had said, he's like a brilliant.
Akasaino ne Rock Nation here.
You can page they even
some agencies. So.
Yeah, those guys are called Pro DG, Fana feature how really bright. Go to AFCON and form rituals that would just put the map in some kind of way. I think.
Yeah, because we discussed that
my thinking is
kane mfana anonzi Emmanuel Ziwocha angachitaurwa kunzi
the
highest stats what I don't know how you would be feeling when Tadiwa was paid maybe 5 or 6 games. He's 16. He's going to AFCON, same league. I don't know.
Ziwocha, I mean, tough luck to him, but he's not the only one.
Position anotamba Ziwocha. The position anotamba, I think that's the Renault Motor thing. But still, you can't say the assist king when Zimbabwe league atambi. Vakomane mastats avanabuda nyama stats inozokutsimirira here. Assist king when stats is not in the national team. But mamchite mastats assist king Emmanuel Ziwocha.
Well, here's the thing. Here's the thing, right? We know for a fact that Chaguchichi is not going to be starting. It's fine, but like I'm saying, it's not like Chaguchichi is going to the AFCON to be a starter. There's no way he's not in the first 11. That's a fact. That's why I had mentioned the issue. That's why I had mentioned Kuti is what you call like my prodigy or something. He's one for the future. So it's not bad. It's not bad to me. I think we have about 9 forwards. And just to add in one youngster, there's nothing wrong with that, to be honest. If anything, it even makes more sense than the Mali Taraziva you guys were talking about.
What?
Chaguchichi's call-up even makes more sense than Mali than when they were calling Mali Taraziva.
When you have your favorites, you want to start creating this narrative. What do you mean makes more sense? It makes more sense for him to be there, but not for Taraziva.
Yes. Look, we have 9 forwards. Look, we have 9 forwards. We have 9 forwards, right? About 9, 8. How many do we have? Right? But we only have 3 goalkeepers. We only have 3 goalkeepers. So if anything, it makes more sense. But that's my opinion, though. That's my opinion. Yeah,
I can hear you, Malcolm.
Yeah, that's my opinion.
Ziwocha got 19 assists. Ziwocha 19 assists. In Premier League. Why is he not there?
Why is he not there, right? Remember, Paradise of 50, right? These players were no, but these are different positions. They don't play the same position. Do they play the same position? No, do they play the same? saka tikataure mastats awatinso naruby tichimukombeya nastrike
tikuda masters
chakuchinjize midfielder chakuchinjize midfielder
iwo zvokuti
He's a
timoti
midfielder.
pamastats
no but that's why I told you.
Renomota ane mastats let's go now Renomota is got how many stats? One is one goal. Ziocha ane 19 assists.
Those are exceptions. Renomota is competitive. He's not playing Division 8. He's playing in Division 2.
It raises more questions about selection, the whole selection process, yet the entire squad. Kuti munhu akadaro anenge asiyiwa. See, ndo patinotanga kudzokera kucriteria kuti criteria yanga ichishandiswa pakusarudza vanhu ava ichii chaiyo. Because kana muchisiya munhu akadaro. All right. Navaya akasarudzirwe.
Navaya.
16 goals, and it's
of the season as well.
Top goal scorer.
Maybe impressed during the session too.
That's it.
I remember, this is not the first time to be with the national team. He was with the national team before. Akatamba akaonekwa. The other game akatamba.
Navaya is soccer star.
Yeah, soccer star of the year. And it's not necessarily kuti zvakaita chaizvo bhora raakatamba rakadadisa, because takamuona paakapinda paipai achitamba kuSaudi Arabia nekukata. He didn't really do much. Were you impressed? Any one of you who was impressed makamuona Navaya achitamba bhora munational team?
No, I wondered why.
To be honest, I don't blame him. You know, apana mabora aiwana. You know, if it was a team, inomsupply mabora to mona chipota would say that. But apa story now na empa mabora.
Do you remember takagoesa 2 goals in that? Akagoesa bhora achona ndiani? That's what you have to ask.
Yeah,
Navaya isapiwa mabhora. Ko vakagoesa vakapiwa nani bhora?
But this is true. Asina playmaker Warriors. You know that is.
Vakagoesa vachona vakapiwa nani bhora. That's a lame argument.
It's not a lame argument.
These midfielders, it's just overused. The fact that midfielders didn't provide the ball and all that, but a lot of strikers of these, that's why I keep on saying they don't make themselves available. They do not make themselves available. There's thing, like you're going into an angle, if you set yourself in an angle and you see a left back or a right back has got the ball, there's certain angles where it's so clear and obvious. And I'll tell you one thing as well that these players don't do. And that's something as well that you learn when you start playing in these leagues, where things have been learned, from a young age. Talking, we shout, yeah. I could be the coolest person on the pitch. Of the pitch, yeah. But when you're on the pitch, yeah, you're not shouting like you're shouting, you're talking to your girlfriend. You like proper shout, that everyone can hear that you were demanding that ball, yeah, because you put yourself in that position. But if you don't, okay, I'll give you an example, Malcolm. There's me and you, we twin strikers, yeah. If you shout more for the ball, who do you think is most likely going to get the ball, you or me?
I'll get it.
You get it because you know what? It's natural for a midfielder to react to a shout rather than someone who's quiet. Yeah. So if you're not shouting, you're not helping yourself. But you're just thinking they will see me. If I just make a small run there, they'll probably see me. Sometimes they don't. Sometimes midfielder is battling, with with the opposition there. That maybe all he needs is your voice, and if you don't talk, then you're not going to get that ball. And then you say, but that's not gonna bother number one and what did you do yourself? What did you do to get that ball? And I look at so many strikers at this level. They do not create situations for themselves.
Yeah.
Ray amboitaura
fair
nyaya
enough,
iyoyi
fair enough.
yemovement of the ball
Yeah.
for my strikers. You see, can also with a proper movement, people will struggle to find you, and it's or there's this statement, Garage Tower ones. How does Haaland know where the ball is gonna end up? You see, it's an instinct in a striker. I make this movement, the ball up. You see, doing against instinct idzodzo ndo dzisina mamwe ma-strikers atinawo mu-national team medu ndosaka tiri kutambura nyaya yekugoisa mabhora so we cannot necessarily blame kuti ma-midfielders they are not putting maballs kuma-striker. That's not the case. But
macribeba namalcolm tokubata pahuro nenyaya yepasi yekuti hauna kuti pabhora kuti hauna kuisa bhora panoenda kubata pahuro chaipo nokuti next time ka unofunga kaviri nekatatu usina kuripasa futi pazvinoperera chi dressing room imomo
hanzi naKevin Prince Boateng hanzi aenda kuAC Milan handakadaidzira bhora so hanzi Andrea Pirlo akati who's this guy, so let's tell him not to shout. If he just makes himself available, I'll see him. Hands tell him not akangotaka umhanya chete ndichamuona. Simple stuff zviratidzo ndikurida tokupa. Zangale amana chifesi chacha hey. Chifesi chacha man akavakwa seko munhu ya. You know chino drifta kuenda as if kuenda ku right wing so. Chiri pa edge pe box. Chongo just by chonongedzera kuti apo. Chakto mu movement. Rongo waridzwa so. Madhoi rinozunzika chete hazvitamboregedzi.
Because they know he's run. They know what he's going to
and
do.
And he shows them where he wants it. He points, put it there. And he also knows his midfielders in his wingers. Kuti Doka kangozunza gumbo cheto pamunhu akasara ndakutoenda variri kuya. Uyu Foden akati zvaneta kuti ndikamubva pariri kuya. Manje vedu akaramba vakastika akavaita kuti vange chinamba 9 chipa slag chachiya. Haugoweisika bozari uye.
Perhaps like I agree with that. And it's true, you know. I feel like
be careful where you want to use because they like mastats American change shansa iko basketball NBA.
Banatadiwa panyibwa baba. Banatadiwa panyibwa.
Ashandi mastats because mastats.
If you learn to most of the balls for a striker, which the ball to your feet. Yeah, you make use of space in between the lines. Yeah,
yes,
that space belongs to a striker. It belongs to a striker. So there's a whether on the opposition they've got a fullback, they've got a midfielder, and there's always that gap in between. And if you go in there and you drag your marker in there and you get the ball to fit. But as long as you've got a good touch, then you'll be fine. But these players, manje veda ukona ndevechi avana for starters avana chi power racho. Wona tuma striker twedudu. Vona. Ufunga kuti munhu ari kudya. Do you actually think kuti mastriker anofeedwa kunyatsofeedwa for football purposes kunzi kuti anyatsoita bulge kuti anyatsosimba chaizvo kana kuti ungorova yese. Yeah. Now if he's a strong, a proper strong player, he would demand it and he wants it with the back to go and it will be fine. Veda avanoda space because avana simba re back to go. But now mu space mana chakunetsa ka makipa angwarisa mazwano. Makipa ama sweeper. Saka anything chiri kuiswa into space ka it may be out of 10 balls 7 or so ari kuenda kuna keeper because the keeper anenge aripo richingonosvedza chete ngonorwera behind the striker keeper apo kudhara. Yeah. So if you're not inventive now and try to do other things to get onto the ball, unozopedzera waburiswa after 60 minutes ka uchingoti batrari siri kuuya kozopinda mwe munhu anoita maranzi yawo and he gets your shit because you're not going to play. He's shown what needs to be done and he's going to play. It's as simple as that.
Finish your thoughts, Mvana Malcolm.
Yes, I agree to what you guys said. You mentioned it. Tinama player Arif Boka. More times.
Is it me who's struggling to hear him?
I'm also struggling to hear.
Yeah, ari kudzipika.
Okay. Yeah, network yake
Okay, can you hear me properly?
KV will agree with me kuti kana muri kuRailton ka kana kuti muri kuJets, why to even uri outside the training pitch paRailton papa uchifamba nemunandi munonzi munandi bo kwete 5th road here, why tonzwa pachitwa noise yekuti you ask kuti chii chiri kuitika vanhu vachitaura mubhora, but this time tina murwira anenge achingoimba but mamubhora anobva anyarara.
Exactly my point.
Kutaura kwacho akushanda ngobva kwatushandiswa munhu obva atonyarara chifungidzira kuti zvinodaro. Do you know the last time that we had strikers who were actually very lethal, if you remember the time of Benjani, aitokuchemerera kuti ndipe bhora ndikurida and you would create space and you would have diagonal runs to create space, but pane mazuva ano angomirira kuti samberi ndobva ndamhanya. I hope kuti the coach haasi kuda kuita futi mentality iyo yekuti vari kuti fitness arida ngobhora mberi vakomana ndobva tamhanya.
Amwana. Haya.
Yeah.
Shots fired.
But Nyema states we need to revisit.
All right, Panyani, can you tell me something?
Go ahead, please.
Tadiwa Chakuchich. You see, inini kana muchiunza munhu ku national team of that age, already in my thoughts ndakutanga kufunga kuti we are looking at someone like Peter Ndlovu here. We are looking at someone like Moses Chunga. You see, that kind of talent. You see, do not deserve kupinda mu national team at those age. You see, uyu aru jumper development kumujambisa kumisa mu national team. You see, what was important kuti aende ku national team at that age? Chiche, what qualities? Because muri muendesa kuti angonogara pa bench muri kutora nzvimbo yeumwe munhu who could contribute to the team.
You see,
I'm not saying he's a bad player. But I'm saying kana ari kuenda kuya kuti angosvika pa bench for the 3 games dzem group stage. Atora nzvimbo yeimwe munhu angacha contribute to the team. That's all I'm saying.
But then we're saying that you don't know. Maybe the coach anogona uzopesa ramshandisa. We never know.
Yeah,
maybe I'm sorry.
Yes.
Unfortunately, I'm very sorry, guys.
My coach surprised.
All right.
I'm in him. Thank you very much for this opportunity. That guy I know want to comment even on TikTok and Facebook. I'm based all my life on TikTok or Facebook. Right, Barumi, there's a huge challenge that we are facing when it comes to football. Porare kunoku ari kubenefita even those ones vari kuresponsa andi muri kunzwa. So chinozoitika mai ndechekuti pazvinenge zvaakubenefita bhora parinonzi raakubenefita, you know what it is, you know the situation mamiriro azvinenge zvakaita. Somehow they will try by all means vamwewo mamwe maped buttons kuti wavo abenefit. I think I still remember pane nyaya yakambonetsa vanhu vachienda kuTunisia pakazonzi anzani mofu wapiwa madvd kuti vasarudze vanhu. I think muchiri kuiremember nyaya yacho magara ari panapa. I think muneiziva kwakapiwa mofu wapiwa madvd kuti vachuze mingina nezi because madvd were I took up by that time. So that's the situation yatinayo. Guys, bora remuZimbabwe it's not going to develop chokwadi with these structures in whichever way. Because take a look at you find out kuti samuri kutaura 16-year-old munhu uyu atambobvira tambomunzwa ameno kana kuna anomuziya kwakatambwa COSAFA emaanda chiyapa ameno takaenda
ndiye ngari captain wekumaanda 17.
You're captain. Under 17, he also went for the under 16 too, I think, and he was also part of the COSAFA.
Guys,
and those boys were
sodomized. Guys, we have got upcoming stars. There's this guy, there's this young man akabva ku Islanders achienda ku Scotland.
Mafios.
We've got Ana Leroy Mavuma. We've got Ana Vasile Kewe. We've got Ivo Vachongo Gaturwa, those strikers, Vakaitonga, Nam, Piliferem. That was this. Ndo angari ma positions ave kuti whether akanotamba kana kutamba kana kutamba kusatamba kana kutamba ngatiende naye pane kutotora 16-year-old that's being zvinhu zvisina kana zvinotibatsira hapana chachinotibatsira because this AFCON the goal was just to say guys let's go and play Timbo Budo group stage.
Group stage tiri kubuda. Group stage tiri kubuda bad. I know so. Aumana fana vachakusurprise. Inini I'm putting my money kuti group stage vanobuda. Because first game the Egypt kubata Egypt over that draw mamwe side 5 points with the sheet. Serious?
It was far much greater. Takatoti zvedu right vakatamba maAFCON qualifier it's fine ngatichuzai muloka unonzi muloka league zvedu vanhu 23 vaende pane zvaitwa.
Put it back.
Baba, I would like to disagree with what you are saying because you don't pick for the sake of picking. You pick the best out of the junk that we have.
But guys, listen. Anonzani kuna dzuka manja akasiiwa because of mfana uparwiswa mfana of 16 years
ndo zvandiri kutaura kuona
dzuka manja takamuona effectiveness yake munational team
onai varume zvandiri kutaura ndezvekuti kwatiri kutobva chaiko we are struggling unonzi in the African jungle we are struggling and muri kunzwa then tototaura toti final 28 vatorwa munational league havatoenda torinani vatowana exposure titowana malocal players ane exposure pane because zvakaitika izvikai zvandimbokunyeperai kupenga
but vachivandire imi mimboisai timu yenyu tione kuti inomira sei isai yenyu timu chibvisa kuti uyo haqualify uyu ndiye anoqualify uone kuti munongotenderera pavanhu ivavo.
But let's be careful about one thing. There are some things that we're talking about now where we're making assumptions. Tina chataudzwa na coach why someone is in that position. Yeah. So it's also to assume based on the basis that Mfano he's not been playing, or we don't know him or whatever. But again, what if it's down to what the coach has seen? Just like we were talking about Bonnie, just like we were talking about the other guy up in the, and this coach thinks, you know what, as young as he is, you know what, I'm not going to a wild card down. My coach anofunga in their own ways. You know, Saka is still going to waste a position. He had to feel that he justified in bringing that young man.
What I think
Saka, it's our assumption.
I watched that boy from under 17s. He didn't do anything extraordinary. Because if you're bringing a player of that age, an example with someone like Yamao. Yamao came in, I think he was 15 or 16.
Yeah.
Anyone who could see Yamao could tell you that this young man is special. This is a special boy. Messi, we saw him at 17. Potential, 16, everyone could see that this boy is special. And yet those boys were playing in what? With seniors. Chichi, I saw him playing under 17. I didn't see. Yeah, they were.
But you know what? The truth is, whether Agaspark or not good training, that boy shouldn't have been there. That boy shouldn't be there. Aiwa no kujairira bhora kumwana You see, like Kujaira, boss to kutaura zveshwaka. If he was a special talent, yes, I would agree. But if he was in the mode of Peter Ndlovu at 17, yes, but he's nowhere near there.
And
And how many
anototamba magames acho
ane mastats mangani kuningi ane mastats mangani kuningi ku Scotland mfana
I think 3 goals but he played less than games.
Vakomana ane kaagwesa versus Kwekwe United foot. One of the goals agwesa versus Kwekwe United vakawina 4-1.
You know, I guess like you know maybe you know in like well 17 years.
Gentlemen, good talking to you. I have to go.
Thank you, Ray.
Cheers.
Yeah.
Ray, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Cheers.
Cheers, Ray.
Oliver, vaudze bhora da must start zvazvati pesana.
Vange Malcolm kune World Cup next year and funguta
NBA. Malcolm must start ita ku NBA you. Chenda ikoko.
Yes, Ray.
varume ngative realistic kana dzanhu dzebhora idzi.
But yeah, I was just saying what I watched.
Sorry, Malcolm. Let's let Shivandire speak for a bit.
Varume ngative realistic panhau dzebhora idzi varume. We are talking of this is the African jungle varume. Chero vacho vainzi vakapisa vakamboendere vano makore iwaya. Uyu mufana akanokuvara ari ikoko career yake yapera. Haasumuke.
Hapana paari kupinda anodzoka ari boa but haasi kunotamba.
Aiwa ndo zvandiri kutaura kuti varumeka dai tapo vanhu vanoita zvinhu vaenda vanotamba bhora. Inzwai munzwe varume. Back in the day, do you know that?
Chivandire is speaking.
Hello?
No, I can't hear you.
You can't
You
hear
can't
me?
hear me?
I can't hear you.
At all. Yeah.
So, yeah.
Hello?
Oh. Go on, Chivandire. I think I'll summarize for them if they can't hear.
Varume, do you know kuti Martin Mapisa was a junior to Donovan Bernard at Black Aces. Martin Mapisa inini ndikatozotaura makore angu pana ndo pamunotozoona nditori mwana muduki. He was my junior at primary level. Then you come to tell me kuti imimi yes vanogonota toda exposure yemunhu akanitamba kuSpain handisi kuti haagone kubata Martin Mapisa. But taakuenda zvequality chaicho kunzi quality goalkeeping muZimbabwe yese pari zvinezvi. The best goalkeeper watinaye who is good with the nemakumbo like kunzi bhora ratanga kutambwa neblunder yatakaitirwa naWashington Hadebe. It's Donovan Bernard. No one pari zvinezvi.
Excuse me. Pana Bernard ndomira izvozvo.
Why
akapiwa chance that guy? Akapiwa chance several times. Akatadza ega. The reason why Hadebe ended up our number one is because Donovan had failed.
Coach Pezes.
Mistakes dzaaita. You remember pakabata bhora kairi kuningirikiri against Nigeria uko. Rookie mistakes dzaaita. Aiwa katikutaura
Pezes, I wouldn't invite him. Inini hangu. But yeah.
Okay,
now
you wouldn't take Chipezeze.
Yes. Anyone
Yeah,
wouldn't take anyone. Aripana pana aimutora Chipezeze.
All right, nyaya Chipezeze another day because ndakambotaura about Chipezeze before ndakaramba ndangoti Chipezeze ka.
Yeah, it's a tricky one. It's a tricky one. Anyway, guys, we've gone for a long time. Oh, sorry, Oliver. I think you were trying to speak.
I was saying, based on the games that he has been playing Chipezeze, of late, he was actually appearing to be a dependable player based on current form and statistics against South Africa. He was actually one of the outstanding players. Not to say that Panama goalkeepers were actually doing better than him. I think they are there and probably plenty. But given the stability, Mashure, and sustainability of team, the morale, I think the coaches decided to say, let's just take edge and then Mali also pinned up. But even Mapisa Wacho might actually be the second choice than Chipezeze. But even Arubi Wacho,
He's questionable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
OJ.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah.
Unozoti Donovan ndakambata as a baby ndikamupa bhodhoro yekumupa bhodhoro chairo.
Really? Serious?
Yeah. Baba vake Mirai Bernard. Yeah. I played na Mirai Bernard ndiri kuma reserve aces. Yeah.
Okay.
Baba vake Mirai Bernard ndo anga vari deputy wa Immanuel Nyauma. Yeah. He was a very good goalkeeper. Mirai Bernard. Yeah.
All right.
We were very close. Mirai ndaigara kundosaka Midza aigara muEgypt. Saka taiwirirana zvokuti kuti ndaitoenda kubawana Donovan kutozvarwa kwake kwese ndakamuona achiuya ari baby namai vake zvese tichtomubata tichitokafidha kaDonovan kai nokuti ndakatozoti ndakunoku ndakutozoona Donovan apa gate manje achiita yake ndikati
ndakamubata saka wakatamba namasauso kai.
I'm talking kutomupa bhodhoro chaiko kutomupa bhodhoro Donovan wenyuwe. Yeah.
Saka wakatamba namasauso kai Rabzon.
Sawela chingoti kuna Sawela ikevhidza ndio vatoti kevhidza Sawela wezi nana George Time ka
nana George Time from Psycho
ndo squad yaje boys ku Psycho ka so Donovan manje for some reason he's a very good goalkeeper mfano yanditi but akanga akafanana na baba wake yokuti there was always an error waiting to happen.
Okay.
You know, and that's exactly the same as Aitashi Babawake. To be honest, you know, Babawake was a deputy to Manu Nyaumaga. He would have been a keeper in Premier League proper, but he just had a quality goalkeeper in front of him. But Midza, Aita everything, and shot stopping and everything. I get. But pamunoti mimi abata bhora kana kuti kabhora kadiki kake mota abata mototena kuti mautotanga kutoenda zvemaigona ramugate. That's how, you know, the type of goalkeeper that his dad was. Yeah. So yeah.
Okay.
You see, why is going me history guy? Yeah.
Atapoa history.
Cinema book.
Para mauko munoiswere and cycle.
Vafana
angasati azvarwa usman wakatamba kudhara asati azvarwa. But guys, back onto our team. What would be your first 11?
Yeah, let's go. I think we have no choice from our goalkeepers. Let's go there. I think Arubi
has to start.
I don't know.
No argument.
Arubi and it. Okay. Yeah. Then 2 CBs.
Garananda and I'll go for Mudimu.
And Bim.
Tutamba formation hivi.
And I'll have Galloway on the left.
But remember, coach angachamba 3 and it at the back.
But 3 at the back.
Yeah, I'll number 3 at the back anyway. He can in fact can I took it at 3 at the back. Okay, Galloway will be left sided of the 3. Possibly, maybe it's either Mudimu on the right side of the 3 and Garananda in the center, or Garananda can pick and Mudimu can sweep. Because if someone plays defensive midfield, he can easily sweep. It's easier. It's easier to sweep.
But you know Kutita Kwara is playing.
Right. Yeah.
How about Mau?
Yeah, I think what I want. I'll tell you what I think will happen. I think he will probably drop Galloway from how things have been, which I don't agree with. But I think he will drop Galloway. It's possible that he drops Galloway.
But intelligence, Jack Galloway, Baba Mashure Papa, you can actually see that it's just something else.
He's a front-footed defender. And I was shocked people were saying Galloway is slow. My comment on one of the videos that I posted. And
you know why I said dropping? I didn't say because I think he should be dropped, because Galloway will be a first name on my team sheet. But I'm just saying, you know, when you have this vibe and you think like when coaches seem to have other players who they kind of slightly like more than the others. Yeah. And so that's where, but if I'm telling you my team that I want, Galloway is in there all day long. All day long.
So let's vote. We said Arubi, then Munashe, then who was the other one that we all agreed on? So we agreed on Munashe Tese. Then Munashe Garanganga.
Garananda. We have to go. Let's go at Galloway. Let's go at Galloway.
Galloway.
So Garanganga.
No,
and who's
it's a three-man.
Who's the third one? Who's the third one?
The third one, Pana Gerald Chakwara. Let's say Chakwara, Mauchi, Nanfutimu.
There's Chakwara, there's Mauchi, there's Mdimu.
There's Hadebe.
If we be Chakwara, Galloway, and Garanand.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's our three.
Yeah.
Okay. Wingbacks. Jalai
on the right.
Vote?
Uncontested.
Jalai na Lunga.
Left wing back.
Lunga.
This one apana kana question. Percent up manje. Is it a 3-5-2? What's it?
It's tricky. It's a
or 3-4-3.
It's a 3-5-2. But then the panels are big. Yeah, tight is big and large. Sorry, big and small. Because Musona said we have to play off a big lad. Yeah. So that would mean if between knowledge and Bonnie, if he's there, because if you're having a big player, you know, and Musona is feeding off him, he can't feed off, you know, but these tiny, quick players, it doesn't work. So,
but babake imbodzo kaikmashure dzokaipa linka.
That's okay,
Palink. Bigai pakata.
Pandinetsa because parikunidha kuita solid apa pana chirewa futi.
You're gonna have to drop one of Wapana, either Chirewa or Musona.
I think
because Mugaisa Nakamba is one. Nakamba, Fabisch, na either Narino Mota, Pamid.
Yeah.
Then Kunikwa Sarangan 2.
Apana creativity, apana play.
Creativity yenyu mune makucreata mwesa ngirikiri Boni nani na Tawanda. So mfana Tawanda anofana kutodzoka achiita se achibatsira
Audongaru.
Alright.
Waona zvaita kana wakatarisa pamatambiro aiita padera. Achiita sweep between forward and mid. So those niggas
but thinking about it, it's actually a nice problem we have, I did. It's a nice club because it's
352
because tine cover. But in I think kuti problem iripo ndeyekuti right. Chirewa, it's a tricky one because if Chirewa is going to play, then he has to play in the 3 because he can't play in the 2 because Kanatamsa in the 2 we can't stretch the teams.
No.
Kanatambane 2 we have to have Maswani and someone who plays with the back to go.
Yeah.
Saka
So
Chirewa,
alternatively, what we could
Saka, that
do
means Chirewa playing could mean sacrificing Andy or Fabisch. But if you sacrifice Fabisch, what we've removed, we now have Renomota and Nakamba who are not really going to be proper markers.
Creative.
And we have Chirewa who is a bit of a luxury player.
Chirewa arugara pa bench first.
ndosaka ndati one either one of Chirewa na Maswani say anogara pa bench.
One wavangara panzani. Yeah. Yeah,
So,
you're right.
what I
Because
was
you,
thinking-
you can be expansive later on, depending on how the game is. Because with that formation as well, like you said, you can end up changing. Because if you really want to stretch them, you can start like that, but then you can end up having two wide men in the striker. Yeah.
But you can put in Grigirim center per mid.
Yeah.
He's lightweight.
Tikatoisa furi,
He's
tikatoisa
Remember,
Fusire
musati madaro
Padera.
sai game ratakawina kukata aitamba papi ngirigiri musenda.
Aiwa, tingatoisa Fusire pakati baba.
Aiwa, game ratakatamba.
Angasiri wide.
Achidzoka ka achibatsira mid.
Yeah.
He wasn't well. Tarisa mashandisirwo akaitwa na coach Sendam.
Touchline as such.
Yes, achidzoka in between achisupporta mid.
But you know chimwe chatofana ufunge as well. Egypt is not Qatar. You're going to be chasing the ball more than you have the ball. Yeah. So formation the way Yatino's it has set up with the players, it has to sort of accommodate that, because if we're not going to be more on the ball, we are not a side who can play a high line without the ball. Yeah, because Atina, this is where I was talking about football intelligence. At Satita we go. We understand that we need a high line how and offside and all that. So naturally you're going to sit back. And when you sit back,
they come.
Then that means you have the right players who are willing to work there whilst you're sitting, whether it's a 5 across, the back, or it's 3, 5, and 2. You have to have the right players. When you're just sitting and not having to chase it, experienced players like Renomota, Nakamba will work in that. Or even if you don't have someone like Jonah, because you don't have to press, you don't have to try to nick the ball off them until you get into your defending third. Yeah. So I think with Egypt, I think forget much about the quality or the flair that we can have. I think it's much more about you start by making sure that you don't concede.
Solid.
You have to be solid, first and foremost, before anything.
So double pivot, two Iran apart. Nakamba
na Ngirigiri. Na Renomota.
Nakamba Fabisch. Either of the two.
Nakamba na Fabisch.
Ngarakevi. Timu iyi tiri kuironga tine muono wetournament here kana tiri kuronga tine muono wekuti ileague. Kuti tikaiona tine muono weleague tinoda kuti zvekunosita tiri kupinda tichiti tiri kunosita.
The point is be realistic. Anyone can talk a game kuti tikuenda kunoataka certain teams munorowa 4 before 15 minutes.
Zvandiri kutaura munoziva ndezvekuti ngatione on this side timboona nezvaidi nekuti varume yes zvedu tiri kuenda tiri kuziva kuti Egypt makakani but hatingaende katichitira kuti
Saka munotambisa ani in your double pivot.
Inini hangu truly speaking varume hapana chekumbomirira. Let's unleash mombe mumunda. Mombe mumunda. Kana taakuzosita tosita tatonotima because the funny part ndezendekuti tinogona kunge tiri kudaro but iyo Egypt yacho haisina those big guys that aifungira
Chivandire
inanani midzi yacho
Amanaka
baba
inzwa muongo ukaona bhora ka tese totanga tiri 11v11 handiti kasi always pane imwe team inozoita kunge nevanhu 13 imune 11 yeah zvakudependa manje necalmness nechi on the ball, and this is where patinotizotaura now kuti where we have our flaws as Zimbabwe, kuti hatina quality inonyatsomecha chi matimu aya. Yeah, we always going to be underdogs against this. We're never going to have possession more than Egypt. That's not going to happen. Yeah. So because of that, now you utilize a small percentage. You try to utilize on that, whether you're going to do on a counter, you're playing, to the big man, or you're playing it over, for Maswani. Say, but the most important thing there is you don't go to those games and say we're going to score 2 goals. You go in those games and say we're going to try not to concede, and then
alright, ngachidai so kana zvatodaro
yeah.
In what I was thinking ndezvekutoti kumashure uku handiti total break a double pivot.
What Toneta say?
Who's the single pivot?
There's a single pivot. As coach for midfield. Mashure uku otomira iri flat 4. Then pomiri wanagara nganga magalo.
Baba, kutogara matu consider kuti muda ku hold ibude ndani.
Aiwa, andisikuti aiwa ndikuti wona yakamudara ndikutaura kuti flat 4 kumashure handiti gara nganga nagalo intelligence dzavo ndokuti achibifa up me.
Baba, let me read to you. Let me read to you. Egypt in a 3 forwards. Only 3 forwards. So there is no way that they can actually play 2 forwards at the same time. So they'll have a Bonnie who will just hold and wait for midfielders to come and pick them up. Mahomad Salah is on the midfielders. Omar Marmoush will sit when you Mustafa Pyramids, Ibrahim from Al Jazeera, Mahmoud Hassan, Trezeguet, Arikof
from last AFCON.
Ahmad Mustafa Arides.
Baba. What ayo inzwe mkoma olifa inzwe Simbaredu andika Simbaredu Simbaredu mataurwa araitwa nanzani namkoma anza namdarake Simbaredu riri padate work handiti kamba
Baba
you got that work after is a midfield day.
Egypt in 12 midfielders, 12 midfielders and 3 forwards.
Ndozvandiri kutaura kuti simba redu rikawandira kudheti ngaticongeste imid isusu kuti vasawane kumberi kwavo vasawane supply.
Iwongo uchitiisa 1 munhu kaiwewe.
Asi kuisa 1 kwacho kwandiri kutaura ndekwekuti 1
uzvocongesta midfield kuisa munhu 1
anenge achiitwa bifa up ne2 masenda half.
Masenda madefender achienda mumidfield.
Tocreatawo room yemunhu tozowana munhu akaita Musona anozocreatawo bhora. Tikadaro tikaisa double pivoting Musona tetakumwana.
Continue nevote. So Chivandire what you would 1. Then others are saying what would double pivot. Either Jonah na Nakamba or Nakamba na Andy.
Na Renomota.
in Areno Mota. I know that the coach will play Fabisch because he's the only player who's played 90 minutes from what we have seen. So I think Andy will play, but I'm not sure where. So can we vote?
You see,
can we vote on the partner Yanakam?
The way I was thinking is gonna pandataura nyaya yemusendami bye. Sendami anenge achitamba unge a10 achidzoka pai
okay.
One behind the two ngirikiri, either 2 or 1 strike.
Msendami, do you think Msendami will play ahead of Chirewa?
Most likely.
Okay.
Most likely. Because of defensive ngirikiri.
I think I think Manjega, I look at it in the exact opposite way. If you're going to sit and know Kutimugu respect the team because they're a very good side, they'll batter you Mugasa set up muscles defensively. You then probably need an outlay, Kwanza kukubudisa from your defending third, and probably that's where the skill of Chirewas and Tawanda, will come out.
That's one he say.
But Tawanda is not really good with, in the defending third into coming into mid third. That transition, he's more, he is alive when he gets into the final third, Whereby with Chirewa can literally start play from the back there and passing and movement or dribbling and just bring sort of pulling us to get as high as we can. So you might realize that if we're going to sit down, then if we're going to sit, we might need someone like Chirewa. Otherwise, we'll keep on giving the ball back to them, so we'll never leave our 18-yard.
Probably.
All right, Varu. Ko tikangodai. All right, double pivot. It's okay. Navuma. Let's go for it. Tongo is a 4 solid midfielder. Then kumberi to ataisa Musona na Uyano Zanu na Bond. Then Chirewa na Maswani so zopinda kumanyisa around 65 minutes or so kada zaramba.
You can't have those two. You can't have those two up front, Body and Musona. You can't have both. And as well, if you play diamond, then that means you literally brought your wide man. Your width is shortened. Yeah, when you shorten your width, the problem you're going to have is that the flanks. Look at the players who are coming through those flanks. More Salah. And others, because the whole importance of knowing who you're playing with and having the respect of a team, of a bigger team that you're playing against, is knowing how quick you have to help your teammate. Diamond, you can't double up, for a player quickly when you're playing a diamond. But if you're playing, as a sort of in a 3-5-2, the midfielders are quite close. At the moment that the wide man gets the ball, you've got someone who's supporting you. So imagine 1v1s against Salah because you're playing diamond. My God. We will be slaughtered. So I
think. All right,
yes, I was saying, I think this tournament we should take it like game by game. Playing against Egypt, of course, it's IoT, fun are maybe a bit more conservative or something like fun change it like GG. But I think playing against a team like Angola, we really don't need a 3-5-2. Ipapapo, we could gamble on a 4-3-3,
I agree with you because I don't think 3-5-2 fits the profile of our players because we've got my wide forwards mostly Anampana Sendami Anampana Chirewa Anampana Biu. They would suit a 4-3-3 more than a 3-5-2.
And also I don't know if this is a wild take, but even against South Africa, I would play a 4-3-3 as well. Could be a bit wild, but yeah.
I'm not too scared of South Africa in a 4-3-3 than Egypt.
Yeah.
Egypt are more
correct, yeah.
Egypt is a proper European type of play. The way that they play. They are so difficult to play against, and I think we have to be more cautious on Egypt more than I think with South Africa. We can put wide men and say, you know what, take them on, see what they have.
Yeah.
If we are going to play a back four, I think my preferred formation would be 4-2-3-1.
Okay.
Then Chirewa Otamba 10.
Yeah.
Biola Antonio Otamba right. Tawanda Oenda ku left wing. Boni Oenda ku
yeah.
Then Nakamba na Rinomota. Then the four usual guys that are
I think that is a squad. I think that's the easiest because 3-5-2. I'm trying to fit my players in. I can't really see how it feels. And also in a 4-2-3-1, we can have Musona just behind Bone. Go on, Malcolm.
Oh yeah, I just wanted to say, Kuti, if anything, this group is a Ragawoma, yes, but I think I'm going to try to miss Egypt, the following to like my game 2 I know where I got to go to say my players my position now which I my players are going to talk about my position, but we should be good like that.
Okay.
Borar no net.
Kelvin.
Yes.
I've got an audience, Panap member, Ruti, you don't know African football.
What did you say? I don't know African
Kelvin,
football.
You don't know African football.
Can you explain? Can you expand?
And the Egypt suffer against COSAFA teams. I would ask the audience member, if Egypt suffers against COSAFA teams, how many times have COSAFA teams beaten Egypt? That's my only question on that one. How many times have Zimbabwe beaten Egypt since we met them? But go on, and you don't know African football. So
okay.
Then the follow-up thing was Egypt suffer against COSAFA teams. I think it was coming from your comment, Yekuti, Egypt plays European football.
European.
So you were saying you are not really too scared of Angola and South Africa. You said we could be more expansive, but Egypt is European football. So
has Zimbabwe ever won against Egypt?
No.
So does that explain to him then? Yeah, because I struggle with people who just make a run on the mill comment without actually substantiating, what they claim, that if I don't know African football, tell me how I don't know African football. Yeah? Use the facts, to say I don't know football, because you see, how I look at this here is sometimes people take offense to things that I say, but you can't talk as if I don't know African football because I'm African. That's that's my home. Yeah, that's what we grew up knowing. Yeah, and then I happened to move to Europe, where I then started watching a different kind of game there, and so that means the exposure is there to watch the European side and the African side as well. So we are in a better position to judge these things because we know from both ends, whereby there's a lot of people who make comments, but the only thing that they know is African football.
We've got a reply for you. Anzi, in 24 years, Egypt has never beaten SA. I don't know if anyone can check that. And then he says Zim and SA are the same people.
So, so he thinks so. Really, you would tell me that Zimbabwe and South Africa are the same? Is that what is trying to say then?
Yeah.
You see, he's not giving us anything. I don't know if I'm wrong. But what does he mean by
No.
we are the same?
His point is self-defeating, because arotaura kuti Egypt, South Africa Egypt asati amborova South Africa, and
Egypt,
South Africa and Zimbabwe are one person, like one people, like the same people.
So we can't lose to Egypt.
But Egypt Zimbabwe asati amborova Egypt. That's a fact iripo. So that's self-defeating.
Yeah.
The argument haibudi on.
Yeah.
Hazvisi kumeka sense zvaari kutaura, because ari kuedza kutaura kuti mudara Kelvin nababa waKelvin nababa waDono vanga vari shamwari dzimwe chete, saka vanhu vakangofanana.
Yeah.
Handi muri kuona mani.
Self-defeating.
I think he has a point in terms of South Africa versus Egypt head to head and rukuona panapa. South Africa and Egypt they've met 8 times according to what I'm seeing here.
Yeah.
Egypt has won once and South Africa has won 5 times, and there have been 2 draws. So head to head, Egypt and South Africa, it's actually interesting.
So you know that in football, every team has got their boogeyman. Yeah. You can have your boogeyman. So does South Africa have the success that Egypt has?
No.
Even though they head to head, but they're better. It's just one of those things where sometimes you have a team which you struggle to beat no matter what, but it doesn't make them better than you, because on the whole, when you're playing, whether it's a tournament or whatever, you still have to play all the others. What's the point of let's just say, like in football, you beat a big team and go on to lose 3 games against smaller teams? That's the same sort of a scenario here. So and as well, to equate Zimbabwe to South Africa on the basis that we're Southern Africa is a bit it's actually laughable.
Tricky.
It's actually laughable because it doesn't work, it doesn't work like that. We are nothing like South Africa when it comes to the game.
Zimbabwe asati amborova Egypt yacho.
Yeah. So there's no
South Africa
there's no comparison.
Egypt 5 times. Saka utisa pa same level ne South Africa.
Maybe with what he is saying, he could be saying probably we should copy the style of play South Africa, but I don't know if we have the same profile of players that South Africa has.
Just come to think of it now. Come to think of it now. We are how many days to AFCON? So do we learn to play how South Africa does now?
I don't know with the squad
even if that was we could change our style.
South Africa haitidyi nestyle yayo tichitamba yedu chaiyo.
Isu redu bora mdenga. Yeah, interesting. Guys, I think we have gone for long. So Oliver, when you left, I was Saratka 3-5-2 iri kutotinetsa based on our players. Saratka 4-2-3-1, which seemed better for our profile of players, but we don't know what the coach will do because we have so many wingers.
Even a 3 striker, 3. Vachangounza 1 ka wobva wati Sala kuwing umwe kuwing havasina madefender achamove because vane 9 madefenders ka 12 mamidfielders.
But when the midfielder akangwarisa ka no problem.
12 baba 12 saka
pusha kumberi. into my number 10 roles and all that. Yeah.
Saka tikangoita 4 tikutry kuda kuva manager, but I don't think kuti inomira. Amen. But inokwanisa kutoita a bogey side it's Angola.
Varume. Remember kubuka chimpembenengo kazomboita Uganda last AFCON. Remember zvakaita Uganda. Yatouya ichochenza kuti toda musoro yevanhu panapa last minute. Remember that amenenge inonzi ichiko mani ichiko Liberia payakazombouya ichiita zvokuwina zvayo zvekuti aingopusha vanhu kuti hande kumapena. Inge richifuti inge AFCON ikanoti ichani kanoti ichi sakakanoti ichi. Those small teams vaya vanongouya vakafanana na Angola vaya no.
Angola is not small.
Angola is not small.
It's not as
small. I see small. But it's been long. Vasiri mu picture. So we don't know what they
were
hold.
there last AFCON and they impressed. You remember Anambululu? Those guys.
Yeah, there was this guy on a ginger tint. So
South Africa struggled very much against them because they were very fast.
I honestly think we have got a very good chance of qualifying based on the fact that it's Kanzurana. All the teams are actually banking good shadow as Zimbabwe, all the games. So a draw and one win will take us somewhere.
Marinica is cooking.
Yeah. Guys, we are approaching 4 hours. I think so
when are we going to meet again?
I think we're gonna meet. I think we'll
before
talk
the first
group
match.
In the group before the first match against Egypt. Then after the first match against Egypt, those ones will be much shorter because we should be analyzing the game, Chet. I think we'll try to make sure we won't stray.
Because I've noticed South Africa, there's a lot of drama that is going on in the South African camp.
Oh, yeah. So,
which will actually work in our favor. Yeah. Do you know, South Africa, with the challenges that they are currently having, like Munetsi, the coach has managed to accept Kutishi, let the guy come in, and then I discuss with him.
Yeah.
But what happened with him? Was he just late for?
Mskana, ipa.
Pakaita baby. Mfana angaenda kustates kakunoitwa unveiled, then he came back. So I don't bother.
Akaita baby mkembu.
No. He went to Durban. So he was late to go back to camp.
Okay.
Players. So the coach was not happy about it. The coach is not happy that he's gone to Chicago Fire. And there were rumors that the coach was told that he might be playing for second team here, Chicago Fires, which plays in MLS2. And the coach believes he should have picked a better team than the one that he's picked.
Don't you find a church left big?
Yeah, that one.
It's just trouble. You can see because like on a video I gave in will talk after the game or something, after training, and you can just tell that he's a hothead. Yeah, he's a typical SA guy.
You need such players.
Yeah. But as long as Asanga will pinta into distraction though,
Yeah. Then the Lodge thing, I think there's drama about Lodge. So Bruce was talking about it as well.
The Lodge. I don't even. I've not followed them.
There's a big player where South Africa announced him being Kosi Lodge, who's playing in Morocco.
Yeah.
So he's been playing very well in Morocco this year. And people have been calling for the coach to make sure they.
Oh, is he the one who wasn't cold? Who wasn't cold? Okay, yeah.
Yeah. So the coach is like, no, gatambe kwenyu.
But then, this is what as much as we hate it, this is what coaches are this is what coaches do. Imimi murkuona zvenyu zvamurikuona ari kuona zvake ari kudza kuti no. That's sweet izvozvo. It's frustrating. It can be frustrating, but those are good.
Yeah, it's very interesting.
So which team do you think is most likely to win?
That's the one.
I know. I'm not closing remarks.
AFCON.
Two teams that you would bank on.
Morocco.
The host.
Yeah,
Morocco.
the host are favorites for me.
For me, Morocco.
On outright Senegal.
Senegal, okay.
On outright. In pakuzopike kuti inonetsa because Senegal is playing very good. And I'm gonna preparation here. They are playing big gun. They are going for the
home advantage.
Really too unpredictable for me. I never really think much about who's going to lose. Yeah, I'm not really a better. When I
just take a risk, coach.
Yeah?
Take a risk, coach. Take a risk.
Which way? Can you tell me the West Africans again?
Don't
Which
think
West Africans
much.
are they? West Africans, they're Senegal,
Ivory Coast, Senegal, Cameroon.
Cameroon yakarohwa ni Cape Verde baba zvekupenga chaizvo.
Cape Verde is now big and
Cape Verde
I'm not going to pick the win. I'm going to say Morocco is not going to win it.
Okay.
That's my risk.
That's yours. Yeah.
So when I lose that risk, know that I only deal with factual and I did not do any factual things.
You should take risk, Coach Mush. Oliver, so what's yours?
Mine is going to be a Southern African team.
Okay, South Africa then.
Ndikadaro ndovandaita ngemutengesi my first game.
I
But
don't
if
like South Africa.
Yeah,
Sorry.
if they get out of this game,
South Africans watching.
If they get out of this group, they are now a threat.
Thanks, guys. We've been here forever.
Thank you very much. This is my first time, and thank you guys.
It's been nice.
Company. We'll see you for group. Thank
you very much.
All right, thank you.
Okay, take care.
Thanks, for joining.
Bye.
Later. You're welcome.